Return to Sender. A romantic comedy featuring a broken heel, a bookstore sentence, and one very stubborn heart. By Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. 1. Not in the brochure. Bryn Wilder had experienced many significant moments in her life, landing the cover of Women in Business at 25, being named heir to the Wilder luxury empire, even the mortifying board meeting that led to her strategic sabbatical. But none of those moments had prepared her for the particular humiliation of stepping off a public bus into the dusty streets of Evermere with a chipped French manicure. God, I hope no one recognizes me. She tugged her oversized sunglasses more firmly into place as the bus pulled away with a belch of exhaust that settled on her silk blouse. Around her, the morning sunlight cast a golden glow on everything, the kind of light photographers charged thousands to recreate in studios. It was wasted on Evermere. Bryn's heel caught between the sidewalk cracks as she wrestled her Louis Vuitton luggage from where the bus driver had unceremoniously dumped it. She winced, inspecting the leather for damage. Just 6 weeks ago, she'd had an assistant whose entire job was handling luggage transitions. Now she had, well, broken nails and the beginning of what promised to be a spectacular humidity-induced hair situation. Temperature regulation is key to brand presentation, her father always said. Apparently, no one had informed Evermere. The town square, or Evermere Commons according to her court-mandated orientation packet, stretched before her like a film set designer's idea of small-town America. Wooden benches circled a gazebo that might have been charming if it weren't for the chipping paint. Hand-painted banners announcing a spring spectacular hung limply in the airless morning. Pedestrians moved with the unhurried pace of people who had nowhere important to be. A woman with a floral dress and comfortable shoes slowed as she passed, openly staring at Bryn's Louboutins. "Oh, honey," the woman said, her smile too familiar, too knowing. "You're gonna want different shoes." Bryn straightened her spine, summoning the poise that had carried her through shareholder meetings and charity galas. "Thank you for your unsolicited sartorial advice." The woman's eyebrows shot up, and she continued on her way, mumbling something that sounded suspiciously like city folk. One down, approximately 4,000 more locals to alienate. Dragging her suitcase across the uneven cobblestones, Bryn paused in the shade of an ancient oak tree. She extracted her leather-bound planner from her purse, a habit her crisis manager had tried and failed to break her of. In her precise handwriting, she'd noted the bookstore's address. 6 weeks of strategic relocation for comprehensive brand rehabilitation, she murmured, running her finger along the written timeline. Temporary necessary pivot to re-establish market trust. The corporate jargon, once so comforting in its precision, sounded hollow in the quiet square. Bryn snapped the planner shut and refocused on her breathing exercises. "You're Bryn Wilder. You've negotiated 8-figure deals while battling food poisoning. You can handle a few weeks in a bookstore." The last chapter sat at the edge of the square, a brick building with large display windows featuring stacks of books arranged in what could generously be called creative disarray. A hand-painted sign hung slightly askew above the door, and potted plants that had seen better days flanked the entrance. Bryn checked her reflection in a compact mirror, grimacing at how her carefully styled hair was already beginning to frizz. She tucked a strand behind her ear and straightened her blouse. "Think of it as market research," she whispered to herself. "Immersive ethnographic field study." The little bell above the door jingled with offensive cheerfulness as she pushed inside. The store smelled of paper, dust, and something else, coffee, but not the premium single-origin kind she was accustomed to. This was diner coffee, the kind that could probably strip paint. "Hello," Bryn called, pulling her suitcase behind her. No answer came from the maze of bookshelves, though she could hear movement somewhere in the depths of the store. She ventured further inside, noting with professional dismay the lack of clear signage, the uneven shelving, and worst of all, the complete absence of a cohesive color story in the decor. She found him in the far corner, shelving books with the unhurried precision of someone for whom time was a suggestion rather than a commodity. His back was to her, broad shoulders under a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, dark hair that needed a trim curling slightly at the nape of his neck. "Excuse me," she said, employing the tone that usually prompted immediate attention from subordinates. He continued shelving, seemingly absorbed in arranging a row of paperbacks. "Excuse me," Bryn repeated louder, the edge in her voice sharper. "I'm looking for the owner." Finally he turned, and Bryn found herself facing a man approximately her age, possibly older, with 2 days' worth of stubble and book dust on his hands. His expression remained neutral as his eyes, dark and unnervingly direct, assessed her from head to designer toe. "Found one," he said, his voice low and unimpressed. His fingers were stained with ink, she noticed, and there was a smudge on his forearm where he'd apparently wiped his hands. The flannel shirt had seen better days, and his jeans had actual wear patterns, not the manufactured kind that cost extra. "I'm Bryn Wilder," she said, extending her hand automatically. "I believe you received notification about my arrangement." He looked at her hand, then back at her face, before reluctantly wiping his palm on his jeans and offering a brief, firm handshake. "Nate Reyes," he replied. "And yeah, the court documents came through. Community service, right? What did you do, get caught shoplifting silk scarves?" Heat flashed across Bryn's face. "I did not shoplift." She pulled herself taller, though she still had to look up to meet his eyes even in heels. There was a misunderstanding regarding company finances that has since been resolved. The voluntary community service is merely a gesture of goodwill. Something that might have been amusement flickered across his features. Voluntary, but court-mandated. "Got it. Is there somewhere I can put my things?" she asked, changing the subject with practiced ease. "And perhaps you could show me around, since we'll be working together for the next several weeks." "Working together might be overselling it," he said, shelving the last book with deliberate care. "More like you'll be working, and I'll be making sure you don't make things worse. I have an MBA from Wharton, and was the CMO of a multinational lifestyle corporation. I assure you, I'm capable of shelving books." "Shelving the right books in the right places?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because that's the thing about books. They actually need to be where people can find them, not just where they look pretty." Bryn bit back a sharp retort. She'd been prepared for this, country folks with their disdain for city sophistication. It was a trope for a reason. "Perhaps we could start the tour," she suggested, her smile not reaching her eyes. "I'm eager to begin making a meaningful contribution." Nate's expression suggested he found this unlikely, but he gestured for her to follow him. "You can leave your designer luggage behind the counter for now." He led her through the labyrinth of bookshelves, pointing out sections with the minimal enthusiasm of someone conducting a mandatory fire drill. The store was larger than it appeared from outside, with alcoves and reading nooks tucked between overflowing shelves. Fiction, non-fiction, local interest, kids section, rare books, he listed off, barely pausing at each area. "We organize by genre, then author. Pretty standard." The last chapter was larger inside than it appeared from the street, with a main sales floor divided into fiction and non-fiction wings. Several reading nooks were tucked between sections, the largest between classics and poetry, with a worn leather couch that had been there since, well, forever. The register area anchored the front, while the back contained a tiny break room with the ancient coffee machine, a separate office for paperwork and accounting, and a stockroom for new shipments. The layout made little logical sense to newcomers, but had its own peculiar flow that regulars had long since memorized. "Have you considered reorganizing by color?" Bryn suggested, eyeing the mismatched spines. "Studies show it increases browsing time by up to 30% in retail environments." Nate stopped and turned to her, his expression deadpan. "Sure. And then when someone comes in looking for the new Colleen Hoover, I'll just say, 'What color was it?'" "It was just a suggestion," Bryn said stiffly. "Visual merchandising is a key component of consumer engagement. This isn't a lifestyle boutique, Ms. Wilder. It's a bookstore. People come here to find books they want to read, not to coordinate with their living room decor." As they continued through the store, Bryn noted multiple areas for improvement: inconsistent lighting, inefficient use of floor space, and a complete lack of strategic product placement. The point-of-sale area was particularly tragic: an ancient wooden counter topped with a cash register that belonged in a museum. "Is that an actual antique?" she asked, gesturing to the brass monstrosity. "It works," Nate said with a finality that suggested this was a recurring debate. "And before you suggest it, we're not switching to tablets or cloud-based systems, or whatever digital paradise you're imagining. But the efficiency gains alone would." "We don't do things that way here," he interrupted, his tone making it clear this was non-negotiable. "The register works. The paper records work. The handwritten receipts work." "I see," Bryn said, though what she saw was a business operating at least 2 decades behind current best practices. "And your inventory management system?" The look he gave her could have withered a succulent. "On Thursdays I count books." Bryn pressed her lips together, mentally calculating how many operating procedures she could modernize in 6 weeks. She turned this around. She always did. This was just another corporate rescue mission, albeit one with considerably lower stakes and fewer shoes. The break room proved to be a closet-sized space containing a mini fridge that hummed ominously, a microwave with suspicious stains, and a coffee maker that predated her birth. A set of mismatched mugs hung from hooks on the wall, each one chipped or bearing the faded logo of some local business. "Break room, bathroom through there," Nate said, gesturing to a door marked with a hand-painted sign. "Coffee's free, but terrible. There's a cafe across the square if you need your," he waved a hand vaguely at her, "whatever fancy coffee you probably drink." "Oat milk latte, 1 pump of sugar-free vanilla," she replied automatically, then regretted it when his expression confirmed she'd just proven his point. He handed her a clipboard with a wrinkled form attached. "Community service log. You sign in, I initial, the court gets updates. You're scheduled for 30 hours a week for 6 weeks. Technically, that's more than required, but let's be honest, you'll probably need the extra hours to make up for," his eyes flicked to her heels, "inefficiencies." Bryn accepted the clipboard, her knuckles white around the plastic. "I appreciate your confidence in my abilities." "Look," Nate said, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. "I'm sure you're very good at whatever it is you normally do. But this is a small business in a small town. We have regular customers who've been coming here for decades. They have systems and expectations, and they don't take well to sudden changes or city folks telling them how things should be done." "I understand that change management requires stakeholder buy-in," Bryn replied automatically. "However, certain operational improvements could be implemented with minimal disruption to the customer experience while maximizing back-end efficiency." Nate stared at her for a long moment. "Do you always talk like a PowerPoint presentation?" Bryn felt her cheeks warm. She'd been told her corporate speak was off-putting before, usually by her younger sister during their increasingly rare family dinners. "I'm simply suggesting that my experience might be valuable, even in this context." "Right?" Nate pushed off from the doorframe. "Well, your valuable experience starts tomorrow at 9. Wear something you don't mind getting dusty." Those shelves in the back haven't been properly cleaned in a while." With that dismissal hanging in the air, he moved past her toward the front of the store. Bryn followed, dragging her suitcase, already mentally redesigning her wardrobe for bookstore chic. She'd need to find the nearest dry cleaner, assuming Evermere had such luxuries, and possibly invest in more practical footwear. "Does the town have decent Wi-Fi?" she asked as Nate flipped the open sign to closed. "I'll need to connect remotely for some ongoing commitments." "Library has the best signal," he replied without turning. "Stores is spotty. Town's working on it. Has been for about 3 years." "I see," Bryn said again, though what she saw was 6 weeks of digital detox hell stretching before her. "And accommodation options?" The court liaison mentioned arrangements had been made. "The Cozy Crest Inn," Nate said, finally facing her. "It's the Blue Victorian at the end of Maple Street. Mrs. Henderson runs it. She's expecting you." He retrieved a key from under the counter and handed it to her. "Town's small enough to walk everywhere, but it's about 10 minutes that way." He jerked his chin toward the window. Bryn accepted the key, their fingers not touching during the exchange. "Thank you for the orientation." "Sure." Nate's expression remained unreadable as he moved toward the door, a clear indication that their time was up. Outside, the humidity had only intensified, the air thick enough to cut with a butter knife. Bryn consulted her phone's map, grimacing at the single bar of reception. She adjusted her grip on her suitcase and took 2 steps before disaster struck. Her right heel caught in a crack in the pavement and snapped off with a definitive crack. The sound might as well have been a gunshot, for how it echoed in her chest. Bryn froze, balancing awkwardly, staring down at her beloved Louboutins, now irreparably damaged. She bent to retrieve the broken heel, cradling it in her palm like a tiny corpse. When she looked up, she caught Nate watching her through the bookstore window. Their eyes met briefly before he deliberately turned away, flipping the sign to closed and disappearing into the depths of the store. Bryn stood alone in the empty lot, designer bag at her feet, broken heel in her hand, the weight of how far she'd fallen pressing down on her shoulders more heavily than the humid Evermere air. 6 weeks. 180 hours in a dusty bookstore, with a man who clearly thought she was useless. Temporary brand rehabilitation phase, she reminded herself, slipping off her shoes. Just temporary. But as she hobbled barefoot toward Maple Street, the hot pavement burning her formerly pedicured feet, Bryn Wilder felt anything but temporary. She felt like a cautionary tale in the making, the princess cast down from her tower, except in this story, there was no prince waiting to rescue her. Just a grumpy bookstore owner with ink-stained hands, and absolutely no interest in being part of her redemption arc. 2. Alphabetical aggression. Nate reached between the coffee maker and the wall to grab the plug, stabbing it into the outlet with more force than strictly necessary. The break room, if you could call the glorified storage closet that, smelled faintly of yesterday's coffee and the patchouli incense Marcy insisted on burning every Thursday. He grabbed his chipped mug from the drying rack, the one with the fading "books are cheaper than therapy" slogan, and placed it under the dripping machine. Already plotting murder before 9 a.m.? Marcy raised an eyebrow over the rim of her mug, of something herbal and vaguely medicinal smelling. "Just thinking about our new community service project." Nate dragged a hand through his hair, making it stand up in unruly spikes. "Or should I say personal punishment?" Marcy tucked one leg beneath her, on the sagging armchair that constituted the break room's only comfortable seating. "Ah, the mysterious Ms. Wilder. That bad?" "Worse." The coffee maker sputtered its last drops into his mug. "No cream, no sugar. Coffee was meant to be functional, not dessert. You should have seen her, Mars. Struts in looking like she just stepped off a magazine cover, glances around the place like she's counting health code violations. So basically she breathed and you hated her. She was wearing heels. To work in a bookstore." He took a deliberate sip of coffee. "And she asked where we keep our digital customer database. As if we're some corporate monstrosity tracking people's reading habits to sell them more crap they don't need." Marcy's mouth twitched. You decided she was useless before she even opened her mouth, didn't you? She opened her mouth plenty. Nate leaned against the counter, voice shifting into a high-pitched caricature. Have you considered optimizing your operational workflow? What does that even mean? It's a bookstore, not a factory line. Is that what she sounds like? Marcy's eyes widened with amusement. Because if so, I'm suddenly very excited to meet her. No, she sounds. Nate frowned, trying to recall Bryn's actual voice beneath his irritation. It had been surprisingly low, almost husky. Not that it mattered. She sounds exactly like someone who's never had to work a day in her life. I give her a week, tops, before she bails on this community service gig. What's she in for anyway? Public drunkenness? Stealing a rival's mascot? Tell me it was something deliciously scandalous. Don't know, don't care. Nate shrugged. The court paperwork just said she needs to complete 300 hours. Didn't specify why. Well, at least we're getting free labor. Maybe she can reach the top shelves when you're too busy being grumpy in a corner. That's assuming she shows up again. After yesterday's grand tour of our quaint little establishment, her exact words, I'm betting she calls her lawyer and finds some loophole. The bell above the front door chimed, its familiar tinkling interrupting Nate's rant. He peered through the break-room doorway, expecting Mrs. Henderson on her usual Thursday morning hunt for new mystery novels. Instead, Bryn Wilder stepped inside 15 minutes early. She wore flats today, still obviously expensive, with some red-soled designer name he couldn't identify but at least practical. The rest of her remained impeccably overdressed, dark jeans that probably cost more than his monthly mortgage payment, and a silky cream-colored shirt that would show every speck of book dust within minutes. "Huh," was all he said, taking another sip of coffee. Marcy craned her neck to see past him. Is that her? Oh, I see the problem. What problem? She's pretty. And put together. Two things guaranteed to activate your defense systems. Marcy grinned as she set down her tea. I'll go introduce myself while you finish brooding. I'm not, but Marcy had already slipped past him, leaving Nate alone with his rapidly cooling coffee and the sudden realization that he'd have to actually interact with the princess again. He drained his mug, set it in the sink with a soft clink, and headed out to the sales floor where Marcy was already chattering away. And the poetry section chronically migrates. We've tried everything, those books have a mind of their own. Marcy's hands fluttered expressively. Oh, and here's our resident curmudgeon now. Bryn turned, a polite half-smile freezing awkwardly as she spotted Nate. She clutched a takeaway cup from Brew and Browse. Of course she'd bypassed their perfectly good free coffee. A subtle whiff of something vanilla and expensive drifted past, as she shifted her weight. Good morning, she said carefully, as if testing whether those particular words might set him off. Morning. Nate nodded toward the cup in her hand. I see you've discovered Terry's coffee. The barista? Yes, he was colorful. Nate almost smiled at that. Terry prided himself on being the town's most judgmental coffee artist. Did he give you the third degree about your order? He suggested my vanilla latte with almond milk was the drink choice of someone who wears emotional armor like a second skin. For the briefest moment, something genuine flickered across Bryn's face, a wry acknowledgement of the absurdity. Then her professional mask slipped back into place. Is he always like that? Terry's been psychoanalyzing the town through their coffee orders since high school. Nate glanced at his watch. We've got a shipment of new releases to shelve before we open properly at 10. You can start there. Bryn nodded, following him to the cart of books waiting near the mystery section. Her eyes tracked the movement of his hands as he demonstrated the shelving system, showing more genuine interest than he'd expected. We organize primarily by author's last name, but there are specialty sections, staff picks, local authors, that kind of thing. Nate's fingers automatically straightened a slightly crooked row of paperbacks. New releases go on the front display table, based on our monthly theme. This month is escape routes and road trips. Do you rotate displays based on sales data? Bryn asked, reaching for one of the books. We rotate based on what we think people should be reading. It came out sharper than he'd intended. Marcy does the fiction displays. I handle non-fiction and classics. Bryn nodded, reaching for the same book he was about to grab. Their hands brushed, his calloused and ink-stained, hers smooth with a chip in her otherwise perfect manicure. Both pulled back too quickly, knocking several books off the cart. They clattered to the floor between them. Neither apologized, as they both crouched to retrieve the fallen volumes. Neat noticed a slight flush creeping up her neck as she carefully stacked the books, checking for damaged corners. I can handle this, she said, straightening with the books clutched to her chest. It's a simple organizational system. Right? Neat stepped back, oddly thrown by the moment of awkwardness. I'll be at the register if you have questions. He retreated to the front counter where Mrs. Henderson had indeed arrived, browsing through the mystery section with methodical precision. The familiar rhythm of the store, helping regulars, ringing up sales, answering questions about upcoming releases, gradually steadied him. Occasionally, he stole glances toward Bryn, expecting her to be standing around looking bored or scrolling through her phone. Instead, she was methodically working through the cart, placing each book precisely where it belonged. Her forehead creased in concentration, apparently determined to get it right. Every few books, she'd examine her hands, grimacing slightly at the dust accumulating on her fingers and picking at an increasingly ragged edge of her chipped nail. By late morning, the store had emptied out after the usual post-opening rush. Neat busied himself with inventory, stealing occasional glances at Bryn, who had moved on to straightening the already neat literary fiction section. It wasn't until he returned from the stockroom with a box of bookmarks that he noticed the change. The front display table, his carefully curated escape routes and road trips theme, had been completely transformed. The books remained the same, but they'd been arranged in a color-coordinated gradient from deep blues to fiery reds, their covers creating a visual rainbow that admittedly caught the eye. Bryn stood beside her handiwork, arms crossed, a trace of satisfaction playing at the corners of her mouth. What's this? Neat approached the table, setting down his box with deliberate care. Visual merchandising. Studies show color-coordinated displays drive 30% more engagement in retail environments. She gestured toward the display, practical flats planted firmly on the worn hardwood. It draws the eye but still showcases your theme. Something hot and tight coiled in Nate's chest. We don't do things based on studies here. Excuse me? This isn't some corporate chain where everything's interchangeable. His voice rose unexpectedly. People come here because they know us. They expect certain books in certain places. Bryn's professional demeanor cracked slightly. I was trying to help. This display was fine the way it was. Neat gestured toward the now transformed table. Our customers don't need to be manipulated by color psychology. They need authentic recommendations from people who actually read the books. It's not manipulation, it's strategy. Her voice cooled to match his heat. And strategy is exactly what small businesses need to survive against chains. What would you know about small businesses? The question came out before he could stop it, loaded with all his assumptions about her. Bryn's eyes narrowed, something sharp and wounded flashing behind them. More than you might think. And certainly enough to see when someone's so stuck in their ways, they'd rather fail than adapt. We're not failing. The words felt defensive, bitter on his tongue. Really? Because your point-of-sale system is from the last century, your display strategy is non-existent, and from what I can see, this place hasn't had a fresh coat of paint since before either of us was born. She gestured around the store. But sure, don't take advice from the person with an MBA and 5 years in brand development. Neat stared at her, caught between surprise at this new information and the stubborn need to protect what was his. Not everything needs fixing. Not everything needs to be optimized or strategized, or whatever corporate buzzword applies. Some things work because they have heart, not because they're efficient. The shell of professionalism cracked further as Bryn stepped closer, the scent of vanilla and something distinctly her filling the space between them. Heart doesn't pay the bills. Heart doesn't keep independent bookstores open when Amazon exists. But please, continue doing exactly what you've always done while the industry changes around you. I'm sure that will work out great. They stood toe-to-toe among the rainbow-arranged books, neither backing down. Nate could see flecks of gold in her brown eyes, could count the rapid pulse at her throat if he wanted to. The tension between them crackled like static electricity. Not everything needs to be fixed, he finally said, his voice deliberately calm as he stepped away. He turned and walked toward the register where a confused-looking customer waited, deliberately leaving the display untouched. Throughout the afternoon, Nate watched with smug satisfaction as customers browsed the color-coordinated display. They picked up books, examined covers, and, most importantly to his point, left them in increasingly jumbled disarray. By closing time, the once neat rainbow was a scattered mess of misplaced volumes and appended stacks. Bryn disappeared to the restroom just before closing, giving Nate a moment to survey the chaos of the display with vindication warming his chest. When she returned and saw the aftermath, her eyes immediately sought his across the store. Their gazes locked, his saying "I told you so" without words, expecting defeat or frustration in return. Instead, Bryn's eyes narrowed with unmistakable determination. She gave him a tight smile that promised this battle was just beginning, then picked up her designer bag and walked out the door without another word. Nate stared after her, the victory he'd expected feeling oddly hollow. He moved to the destroyed display table, absently straightening a stack of novels that had toppled over. "So," Marcy appeared at his elbow, "still think she'll bail within a week?" He glanced toward the door where Bryn had disappeared. "I think she might be more stubborn than expected." "Pot meet kettle." Marcy patted his shoulder. "You know what they say about unstoppable forces and immovable objects. That they shouldn't be forced to shelve books together? That they make for excellent storytelling." She grinned, heading toward the break room. "And honey, I can't wait for the next chapter." 3. Broken heels and burnt coffee. Bryn Wilder, heiress turned bookstore lackey, had found her sanctuary, if a place where she was actively being gossiped about could be called that. The corner table at Brew and Browse offered the bare minimum she required: decent espresso and enough distance from the regulars to maintain the illusion of privacy. Her fingers flew across her phone screen with rapid-fire precision. Day 3 of exile in bookstore prison. The coffee tastes like it was made with tap water. It probably was. My supervisor, a term I use loosely, continues to be the human equivalent of a paper cut. Pretty sure he's actively hoping I'll quit. Actively. She paused, took a sip of her latte, which was actually quite good, though she'd never admit it, and glanced up at her reflection in the cafe window. Her usually salon-perfect hair had begun to expand in the town's unexpectedly humid air, the frizz forming a halo around her head like a warning sign of her deteriorating standards. This is what rock bottom looks like, she thought, tucking a wayward strand behind her ear. That Wilder girl. Bryn's fingers froze mid-text. The hushed voice had come from the table behind her. Community service, that's what Darlene at the post office said. Embezzlement, wasn't it? Or insider trading? No, it was that terrible interview where she... Bryn stabbed the volume button on her phone, cranking up a playlist she wasn't actually listening to, as her neck burned hot. She fumbled through her purse, extracting an enormous pair of designer sunglasses that cost more than most people in this cafe probably made in a week. She slid them on, creating a barrier between herself and the world that felt pathetically inadequate. Writing your resignation letter already? That's gotta be a new record, even for Nate. The voice startled her so badly, she nearly knocked over her latte. Micah Reyes, the teenage bookstore assistant with perpetually judgmental eyebrows, stood beside her table with a smirk that suggested he knew exactly what she'd been typing. Without waiting for an invitation, he dropped into the chair across from her. "I'm not, it's just," Bryn locked her phone. "Don't you have books to alphabetize or something?" "Shelve." We shelve books. His gaze dropped to her phone. And my shift doesn't start for another 40 minutes, which gives me plenty of time to witness whatever this is. He gestured vaguely at her sunglasses wearing, corner hiding setup. I'm working. Bryn straightened, falling back on the corporate posture that had served her through 1,000 uncomfortable boardroom situations. Gathering competitive intel. Aha. Mika's eyebrows somehow climbed higher. That why you've been typing angry texts for the last 20 minutes while mean-mugging your reflection? Bryn removed her sunglasses with what she hoped was dignified irritation. Has anyone ever told you that you're insufferably nosy for someone who's barely old enough to vote? Daily. He grinned, unrepentant. So, about that display you reorganized yesterday. Bryn winced. How bad was it? On a scale of 1 to dumpster fire? Let's just say Mrs. Abernathy couldn't find her large print James Patterson, and she threatened to write a letter. A letter to whom exactly? Doesn't matter. In Evermere, threatening to write a letter is like threatening nuclear war. Micah leaned forward. But don't worry, I fixed it. Plus, I told her you were new. My hero, Bryn muttered, but something in her unclenched slightly. You know, your boss is impossible. He set me up to fail with that display. Nah, he just didn't stop you from failing. There's a difference. Micah stole a sip of her latte and made a face. Oat milk. It's better for you, Bryn said automatically, a line she'd repeated in countless photo shoots for her mother's wellness line. If you say so. He paused, studying her with an unnervingly direct gaze. Look, you want some free advice about the last chapter? I want to complete my hours and leave with my sanity intact. Okay, but the way you're going, you'll be lucky to make it through the week. Micah lowered his voice conspiratorially. There are rules. Despite herself, Bryn leaned forward. Rules? Unwritten ones. He ticked them off on his fingers. 1. Don't mess with the displays without asking. 2. The coffee maker has to be sweet-talked, it's temperamental. 3. Mrs. Abernathy gets first dibs on any Patterson, no exceptions. This place sounds like it's run by superstition and chaos. Pretty much. Micah shrugged. But it works? The regulars know exactly where everything is, even if it makes zero logical sense. Old Mrs. Chen comes in every Tuesday for poetry, always stands by the window for better light. Mr. Davis reads spy novels in that saggy green chair and takes notes like he's planning a heist. Despite her determination to remain uninterested, Bryn found herself absorbing these details. They were data points, she told herself. Market research. Customer profiles. As for Nate, Micah continued. Bryn rolled her eyes. Let me guess. He was born angry and judgmental. Nah. Just protective. The store was his brother's before, Micah cut himself off. Anyway, he thinks everyone's just passing through. Especially people like you. People like me? You know, fancy corporate types who act like shelving books is beneath them. Bryn felt herself flush. I don't think it's beneath me. I just don't know how to do it. There's a difference. Mika's expression shifted, from teasing to something more evaluative. Huh? What? Nothing. He glanced at his phone. Gotta go. My shift starts soon. He stood, shouldering his backpack, then hesitated. Nate's tough on everyone at first. He expects people to bail. Just outlast his expectations, it drives him crazy. Bryn watched him leave, that last comment echoing in her head. Outlasting expectations was practically her family motto. The Wilders were nothing if not stubbornly persistent in the face of adversity. At least, that's what her mother said in every commencement speech she'd ever given. I'll outlast him all right, she thought, gathering her things. Challenge accepted, Reyes. Bryn marched back into the last chapter with renewed purpose. She'd start small. Something anyone could do, even someone with her limited retail experience. Make coffee. How hard could it be? The ancient coffee maker in the break room, stared back at her like a mechanical nemesis. It had more buttons and switches than seemed reasonable for a machine whose sole purpose was to combine hot water with ground beans. She located what appeared to be coffee grounds in a canister nearby and began the process of deduction. The filter went somewhere. This compartment? No, that didn't look right. Maybe here. The grounds went on top of that, presumably. How much? A scoop? 3? She opted for a generous portion. No one complained about strong coffee, right? Water. Water was next. She found the reservoir and filled it from the sink. Now which button? There were 3, one labeled brew, promising, one with a clock symbol, timer maybe, and one that had been labeled once but the writing had long since worn away. She pressed brew. Nothing happened. She pressed it again, harder this time. Still nothing. Frustrated, she jabbed at the mysterious 3rd button. The machine came to life with an alarming grinding sound that was absolutely not the soothing percolation she'd expected. It groaned like it was in physical pain, and a burning smell filled the small room almost immediately. "Oh no, no, no," Bryn muttered, frantically pressing buttons in what she hoped was the universal code for stop immediately. The grinding only intensified. "I think you just murdered our last decent batch of beans." Bryn whirled around to find Marcy Tran, the bookstore's other co-owner, leaning against the doorframe. Unlike Nate, who carried perpetual tension in his shoulders, Marcy looked perfectly at ease in the face of Bryn's latest disaster. "I was just trying to make coffee," Bryn said, trying to maintain her dignity as the machine behind her made what sounded like its death rattle. Marcy crossed to the machine and flipped a small switch on the side that Bryn hadn't even noticed. The grinding stopped abruptly. "You have to prime it first," Marcy demonstrated, pressing a completely different combination of buttons in a sequence that made no logical sense. "It's got quirks. Like everything else in this place." "Including the owners?" Bryn asked before she could stop herself. To her surprise, Marcy laughed. "Especially the owners." She pulled the filter basket out, dumping Bryn's attempt into the trash. "You used enough coffee for about 20 cups. Were you planning to stay awake until next Tuesday?" "I was going for strong." "You achieved toxic." Marcy efficiently measured new grounds and reassembled the machine. "Where'd you work before this?" "Let me guess, somewhere with one of those pod machines where you just push a button." "We had a barista, actually." The words slipped out before Bryn could consider how they'd sound. "Of course you did." But Marcy's tone was more amused than judgmental. "Well, consider this your crash course in real-world coffee making. Though I should warn you, if you manage to break this thing, Nate will actually cry. It's the only one that survived his brother's overenthusiastic voltage experiments." Bryn wanted to ask more about the brother Micah had mentioned, but something in Marcy's expression suggested the topic might be off-limits. "Is there anything I could do that doesn't involve potential equipment damage?" Bryn asked instead. Marcy considered this. "We got a donation box of used books this morning. They need to be priced. Think you can handle a pricing gun? Point and click? I think I can manage." She could not, in fact, manage. The pricing gun required a strength and precision that Bryn's polished corporate presentation skills had not prepared her for. Her first attempt at tagging a paperback romance resulted in a crooked, half-printed price sticker that she immediately tried to remove, tearing the cover slightly in the process. "Damn it," she muttered. Her second try was marginally better, though the $3.99 looked more like $8.99 thanks to her shaking hands. She'd never had trouble with fine motor skills before. She could apply liquid eyeliner in the back of a moving town car for God's sake. But something about the unfamiliar environment, the weight of judgment she felt from every corner of the store, had her nerves firing erratically. Perfect in corporate presentations, but can't handle basic retail tasks. Pathetic. The voice in her head sounded suspiciously like her mother's. Bryn moved on to the next book, a vintage collection of poetry with a faded blue cover. As she pressed the pricing gun to its back corner, she realized too late that there was an old sticker already there. Her new tag half covered it, creating a lumpy mess. She picked at the edge of both stickers with her thumbnail, trying to lift them cleanly. When that failed, she reached for a pen on the table, using its cap to scrape at the adhesive. The cap slipped. Black ink streaked across the end paper of the vintage book. No, 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 Bryn gasped, her heart rate spiking. She reached for the closest thing to hand, her own silk scarf, and frantically tried to blot the stain before it set. The ink smeared wider, spreading like a virus across the page. Worse, the blue dye from her scarf began to transfer to the paper, creating a purplish disaster that was unmistakably worse than when she'd started. Bryn stared in horror at the ruined book, then at her now stained designer scarf, a limited edition piece from her mother's spring collection that had cost more than most people's monthly rent. Well, that's going to help our profit margin. She didn't need to look up to recognize Nate's voice, dry as kindling and just as likely to spark a fire. I'm sorry, she said, the words tasting unfamiliar and inadequate on her tongue. I was trying to fix the sticker and you decided the book needed some abstract art? He picked it up, examining the damage with an expression that was impossible to read. Well, at least now we know what you're allergic to, actual work. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't even particularly cruel. It was said with such quiet certainty that it felt like a fact rather than an insult. That made it worse. Heat climbed Bryn's neck, spreading across her cheeks in a flush she couldn't control. For a woman who'd survived boardroom battles and media ambushes, being reduced to stammering humiliation by a small-town bookstore owner was a new low. I need a minute, she managed, standing so quickly her chair scraped loudly across the floor. She didn't run to the bathroom, though every cell in her body wanted to. Instead, she walked with the carefully measured pace she'd perfected at charity galas. Back straight, chin level, eyes forward. The bathroom door closed behind her with a soft click, rather than the slam her emotions demanded. Only then did she look in the mirror. A stranger stared back. Her hair had progressed from frizzy to legitimately wild, more reminiscent of a 1980s rock star than the polished image she normally projected. Ink stained her fingers like evidence of a crime. Her makeup, applied with careful precision that morning, had smudged at the corners of her eyes. And her expression, God, her expression was the worst part. Defeated. Small. Exactly what her mother had warned her never to show in public. Vulnerability is a luxury for people who don't have our last name, darling. Bryn gripped the edges of the small sink, closed her eyes, and took 3 deep breaths. When she opened them, she leaned closer to the mirror. I am not giving him the satisfaction, she whispered to her reflection, the words a promise and a challenge. I am Bryn goddamn Wilder, and I've survived worse than this. She washed the ink from her hands, fixed her makeup with practiced efficiency, and smoothed her hair as best she could. The woman in the mirror still didn't quite look like the version of herself she recognized, but there was a determination in her eyes that felt familiar. Let Nate Reyes think she was useless. Let him expect her to quit. Let him underestimate her. It wouldn't be the first time someone had made that mistake. Squaring her shoulders, Bryn stepped out of the bathroom and back onto the bookstore floor. Across the room, standing beside the register, Micah caught her eye. He took in her fixed makeup, her determined expression, and gave her a small nod of approval. For reasons she didn't fully understand, that tiny acknowledgement felt more valuable than it should have. "4. The Annotated Heart." Nate pulled into the empty parking lot of the last chapter, as the early morning fog still clung to the pavement. These stolen hours before opening were sacred, his only chance to exist in the perfect silence of thousands of books waiting to be discovered. He cut the engine and sat for a moment, savoring the stillness. No customers demanding the latest bestseller. No Marcy humming off-key while she restocked. No clipboard-wielding heiress with her perpetual look of mild disdain. Just him and the books. He unlocked the front door, the familiar jingle of the bell welcoming him home. The store smelled like it always did: paper dust, old wood, and the lingering scent of yesterday's coffee. Nate breathed it in, shoulders relaxing as he moved through the quiet aisles. This had been his and David's dream once. Now it was just his, with Marcy stepping in where his brother couldn't. Nate flicked on the lights, casting a warm glow over the mismatched shelves. He started his morning ritual, straightening displays, checking new arrivals, and preparing the ancient coffee machine that wheezed like an asthmatic dragon but somehow produced decent coffee. He paused at the poetry section, nudging a volume of Neruda back into place. This order, this routine, it grounded him when nothing else did. The books waited for him every morning, asking nothing, offering everything. In the break room, he tackled the chaos that always accumulated overnight, like the place exhaled clutter while everyone was gone. He stacked promotional flyers, tossed empty coffee cups, and gathered 3 pens that had somehow migrated to the floor. A paperback caught his eye, wedged behind the break room couch. Mika's copy of Summer of Scandal, that trashy beach read he'd been annotating all summer. Nate picked it up, chuckling at the dog-eared pages and Mika's trademark snark scribbled in the margins. "Nobody talks like this in real life," and "Oh honey, no" littered the text. But as he flipped through, he noticed something different. A second handwriting, elegant and precise, had joined the conversation. Where Mika's notes sprawled in chaotic all caps, these new annotations were contained, the letters delicate but assertive, confined to the narrowest margins as if apologizing for taking up space at all. Nate settled into the ancient armchair, coffee forgotten, and began to read. Next to a scene where the corporate villain delivered a monologue about crushing a small business. No actual CEO talks like this. Trust me, we're much more subtle when we're destroying someone's career. Beside a passage about the heroine's public disgrace, at least she got to keep her dignity. Some of us have to watch our mistakes trend on Twitter. When the main character lost everything, the worst part isn't losing the things. It's watching people you thought were friends, suddenly unable to meet your eyes. The annotations continued, becoming increasingly personal as the novel progressed. Bryn's commentary, and he was certain it was hers now, revealed layers he hadn't imagined existed beneath her calculated exterior. A rush of discomfort flooded him. This wasn't meant for his eyes. He was trespassing in the private thoughts of someone who'd built walls specifically to keep people like him out. The bell above the front door jangled, startling him so badly he nearly dropped the book. "Hello," Marcy's voice echoed from the front. "Back here," he called, hastily shoving the paperback into a drawer. Marcy appeared in the doorway, 2 coffee cups in hand. "Thought you might need reinforcements." She thrust one toward him, narrowing her eyes. "You look weird." "Why do you look weird?" "I don't look weird." He accepted the coffee, avoiding her gaze. "You absolutely do. It's your guilty face." "I don't have a guilty face." "You have exactly 3 faces: grumpy, extra grumpy, and guilty." "This is guilty." She gestured at him with her coffee cup. "What were you looking at when I came in? Porn on the store computer?" "What?" "No." He felt his ears redden. "I was checking inventory. The new Colleen Hoover shipment was short." "Aha." Marcy clearly didn't believe him but let it slide, taking a long sip of her coffee. "So, how's our little project coming along?" "She's not a project, she's a community service obligation." Nate busied himself with the schedule behind the counter. "And she's still here, which is more than I expected." "Wow, what a ringing endorsement." Marcy rolled her eyes. "You know, you could try not being a complete ass to her. Just as an experiment." "I'm professional." "You're professionally hostile." "I'm realistically skeptical," he corrected, checking his watch. "She should be here in 20 minutes, by the way." "Plenty of time for you to practice your human impression." Marcy grinned, patting his cheek as she headed to the register. "Remember, normal people occasionally smile. You know how to do that, right? Lips curl upward, teeth show." "I'm aware of the mechanics." The bell jangled again, and they both looked up, startled to see Bryn 15 minutes early, immaculate as always but with subtle changes. flat shoes instead of heels, hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, wearing what was probably the most casual outfit she owned, which still looked like it cost more than his monthly rent. Something tightened in Nate's chest as his eyes sought the details he'd read between the lines of her annotations. The careful polish, the way she held herself like someone expecting judgment from every corner, the almost imperceptible hesitation before she stepped fully into the store. She caught him watching and raised an eyebrow. "Problem, Reyes?" He quickly looked away. "Shipment came in. Boxes are in the back. They need unpacking and sorting by section." "Good morning to you too," she murmured, brushing past him. Throughout the morning, Nate found himself strangely attuned to Bryn's movements around the store. She worked methodically through the new shipment, organizing books with unexpected efficiency. He pretended to focus on inventory, but kept stealing glances, searching for glimpses of the person who'd written those notes. Around 11, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifting microscopically before she answered. "Hello, Mother." Nate turned away to give her privacy, but couldn't help overhearing snippets as she moved toward the window. "Yes, I'm still here." "No, that won't be necessary. The damage control plan is in place, everything's on schedule." "No, I haven't been checking social media." Her voice had transformed completely, harder, crisper, every word precisely chosen. Gone was any trace of the vulnerability he'd glimpsed in her handwriting. "Brand rehabilitation takes time, Mother." "Yes, I understand the board is concerned." Nate watched her reflection in the glass as she pinched the bridge of her nose, eyes closed. "I'll handle it." "Yes. Goodbye." She ended the call and stood motionless for a moment, her back to the store, shoulders rising and falling with a deep breath before she smoothed her expression and turned around. When she caught him watching, her eyes flashed with something. Embarrassment? Anger? But it vanished so quickly, he might have imagined it. "Family stuff," she said flatly. He nodded, unsure what to say. "Coffee's fresh." Her lips twitched. "Is that what we're calling it?" The morning progressed with their usual dance of careful avoidance, but Nate found himself increasingly distracted. He rearranged the same display 3 times, unable to stop thinking about what he'd read. Some of us have to watch our mistakes trend on Twitter. What exactly had happened to Bryn Wilder? He'd deliberately avoided the gossip. Something about corporate sabotage, a leaked email, a social media firestorm. He tuned it out, dismissing it as rich people problems. But the pain in those annotations had been real. An elderly woman entered the store around lunchtime, the bell announcing her arrival. Mrs. Finch, a regular who came in monthly for her book club selections. Nate started to move toward her, but Bryn reached her first. "Good afternoon," Bryn greeted. "Can I help you find something today?" Mrs. Finch adjusted her glasses. "I need a birthday present for my granddaughter. She's turning 12 next week, and I'm afraid I don't know what girls that age read anymore." Nate expected Bryn to point to the bestseller table and return to her tasks. Instead, she set down the books she'd been shelving. "What kind of things does she like to do?" Mrs. Finch brightened. "Oh, she's quite the little scientist. Always collecting bugs and leaves. Last time she visited, she tried to explain photosynthesis to me." Bryn smiled, a genuine one that reached her eyes. "I was the same way at her age." "Has she read the Tamora Pierce books?" "They're fantasy but with strong female characters who are interested in medicine and nature." Nate watched, faintly astonished, as Bryn walked Mrs. Finch through several options, asking thoughtful questions about the granddaughter's interests rather than pushing whatever was trendy. "This one has a heroine who's an apprentice healer," Bryn explained, holding up a book with a worn spine. "The paperback's a little beaten up though. Let me check if we have a nicer copy in the back." "Oh, this is fine, dear. She's not precious about her books, likes them to look loved, as she puts it." "Smart girl," Bryn said, her professional smile softening into something warmer. "If she enjoys this one, there's a whole series. And we can always order the next ones for you." As Mrs. Finch left, clutching her purchase and beaming, Bryn allowed herself a small, satisfied nod before returning to shelving. That tiny moment of genuine pride caught Nate off guard. It wasn't about making a sale, but about matching the right book to the right reader. The afternoon brought the usual after-school rush. Teenagers killing time, college students seeking quiet corners to study, parents grabbing last-minute birthday gifts. Nate and Bryn found themselves working side by side behind the register, processing returns that needed reshelving. "I'll take fiction, you take non-fiction," she suggested, already sorting the pile. "Works for me." They moved together through the narrow aisles, a strange harmony developing as they settled into a rhythm. She seemed to intuitively understand the store's organization, despite its admittedly eccentric system. On the fiction wall, they both reached for the same spot simultaneously, a Patricia Highsmith novel that belonged on the third shelf. Their fingers brushed, a momentary contact that shouldn't have registered at all. But Nate felt a jolt of awareness, a sudden hyperclarity that captured every detail. The softness of her skin, the faint smell of her perfume, something clean and expensive but not overwhelming, the slight intake of her breath. They both froze, then pulled back too quickly. The stack of paperbacks Nate had been balancing on his forearm tumbled to the floor with a series of soft thuds. "Sorry," they said in unison, immediately kneeling to gather the fallen books. Their eyes met across the scattered paperbacks, and for a disorienting moment, Nate couldn't remember why he'd been so determined to dislike her. Up close, he noticed the shadows beneath her makeup, the tightness around her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a small, unconscious gesture at odds with her usual calculated movements. The moment stretched, charged with something he couldn't name. "Excuse me?" A teenager clutching a school reading list broke the spell. "Do you have The Great Gatsby? I need it for tomorrow." Bryn stood first, smoothing her blouse. "Classic literature, West Wall." "I'll show you." She walked away without looking back, leaving Nate kneeling amid the scattered books, trying to process what had just happened. The rest of the day passed in a blur of customers and tasks, both of them carefully maintaining their distance. When closing time finally arrived, Bryn gathered her things with uncharacteristic haste. "See you tomorrow," she said, already halfway to the door. Nate nodded, watching her go. After she left, he retrieved Mika's annotated copy of Summer of Scandal from the drawer where he'd hidden it. He flipped through the pages, stopping at a passage where the heroine confronts a world that's judged her without knowing her story. Before he could second-guess himself, he grabbed a post-it note and wrote, "Your take on the corporate villain is better than the author's." He placed the book on the staff recommendation shelf where Bryn would be working tomorrow, a small yellow corner of the note visible like a flag. Through the window, he watched her walking to her car, phone pressed to her ear again, posture already stiffening as she prepared to re-enter whatever world existed outside the bookstore. Nate turned away, beginning his closing routine. He wasn't sure why he'd left the note, or what he hoped would come of it. But something had shifted today, a crack in the careful distance he'd maintained. Whether that was progress or a complication remained to be seen. 5. Community chaos. Bryn peered through the glass door of the last chapter, immediately sensing something was amiss. The usual dusty tranquility had been replaced by what could only be described as organized chaos, if one was being generous with the word organized. Colorful hand-painted banners hung at precarious angles. Marcy was arranging mismatched chairs into a wobbly semicircle, and Micah balanced on a stepladder attempting to secure streamers to the ceiling fan. She briefly contemplated backing away and claiming a migraine, stomach flu, or possibly sudden onset appendicitis, anything to avoid what was clearly a community gathering in progress. The last thing she needed was to be thrust into the warm embrace of small-town togetherness. Her hesitation cost her dearly. As she stood frozen in the doorway, a woman in a floral blouse materialized beside her with the stealth of a corporate spy, clipboard clutched to her chest like a shield. "You must be the Wilder girl." The woman seized Bryn's hand in a grip that suggested she'd once crushed walnuts professionally. "Perfect timing. We were just discussing who would co-chair the author platform committee for Bookstock." Bookstock planning starts early, Marcy explained, noting Bryn's surprise. Even though it's not until spring, Eloise believes in a 6-week preparation minimum. Bryn glanced at the calendar. That would be right around when her community service officially ended. I might not even be here by then, she pointed out. Something in Marcy's expression suggested she thought otherwise. We'll see. Bryn extracted her fingers, mentally cataloging which ones might be broken. I'm actually just here for my community service hours. I don't think. Nonsense. The woman's laugh was like wind chimes in a hurricane, aggressive and tinkling simultaneously. I'm Eloise Granger, event coordinator for Evermere's annual Bookstock celebration. This year is going to be spectacular. We've already got 3 self-published poets and a man who wrote an entire cookbook about different ways to prepare squash. Bryn employed the blank smile she'd perfected during her father's most interminable board meetings. That sounds eclectic. But I'm really not qualified to. Everyone. Eloise pivoted toward the room, voice rising to a pitch that made nearby dogs howl. I've found our perfect volunteer for the author platform committee. The room fell silent. Several people turned to stare at Bryn, their expressions ranging from curious to suspicious to openly dismissive. She felt the weight of those gazes like physical pressure, the uncomfortable scrutiny of a tight-knit community assessing an outsider. I really don't think, Bryn attempted again. At that exact moment, Nate emerged from the back room, a steaming mug of coffee in one hand and a battered paperback in the other. His steps faltered when he spotted her, and Bryn experienced a moment of petty satisfaction at having disrupted his composure. The satisfaction evaporated instantly when Eloise continued, Nathan. Perfect timing. You and Bryn will be co-chairing the committee together. Nate choked mid-sip, coffee sloshing dangerously close to the rim of his mug. His expression transformed from confusion to horror in the span of 2 seconds, a journey Bryn could relate to, having experienced the same emotional trajectory approximately 30 seconds earlier. Eloise, I don't think, he started. Excellent. It's settled then. Eloise made a triumphant check on her clipboard. Meeting starts in 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, Bryn found herself wedged between Nate and an elderly gentleman who seemed pathologically incapable of reaching for cookies without elbowing her ribs. The makeshift meeting circle had been arranged in what appeared to be descending order of enthusiasm, with Eloise at one end vibrating with energy, and Bryn at the opposite end contemplating escape routes. Without thinking, she pulled out the small leather-bound planner she'd been carrying since her corporate days. The familiar weight of it was comforting, even if she'd sworn she was only using it to jot grocery lists now. She clicked her pen, a Mont Blanc her father had given her upon her Harvard graduation, and wrote Bookstock planning at the top of a fresh page, followed by the date. Nate's eyes flicked to her neat handwriting, one eyebrow lifting slightly. Habit, she muttered defensively. Whatever gets you through this, he replied under his breath, his mouth barely moving. The meeting itself was a masterclass in how not to organize an event. Eloise bounced between topics with the attention span of a caffeinated squirrel, assigning overlapping responsibilities to confused volunteers. There seemed to be no budget, no timeline, and absolutely no project management whatsoever. Dates were proposed and immediately forgotten. Names were volunteered without consulting the people in question. Bryn's planner was soon filled with notes, most highlighted with asterisks of increasing urgency. Every organizational instinct she possessed was screaming. This was worse than the time her father insisted on planning his own retirement gala. So that's settled, Eloise declared, after an hour of circular discussions. Bryn and Nate will handle author scheduling, stage management, and coordinates with the technical team, which is just old Rob and his sound equipment from the 70s, but he's very particular. She made another checkmark, this one so forceful it nearly tore through the clipboard paper. 10-minute break, then we'll come back for refreshment planning. Bryn shot to her feet with unseemly haste. Bathroom, she mumbled, escaping before anyone could protest. After splashing water on her face and giving herself a stern pep talk in the tiny bathroom mirror, Bryn decided a strategic retreat was in order. She'd done her time for the day. She'd come back tomorrow better prepared to deal with whatever this was. She slipped out the bathroom door and made a beeline for the bookstore's back exit, moving with the stealth that had served her well escaping charity galas. Just as her hand closed around the doorknob, a throat cleared behind her. Running already? That's disappointing. Bryn turned to find Marcy leaning against the break room doorframe, arms folded across her chest. I'm not running, Bryn lied. I just need fresh air. MMHMM. Marcy's expression suggested she'd heard better excuses from Micah when he'd claimed a rare book-eating moth had devoured his homework. I thought you might actually have some useful skills under all that. She gestured vaguely at Bryn's outfit. Bryn glanced down at her clothes. She'd stepped down considerably from her usual wardrobe, dark jeans and a simple cashmere sweater instead of her usual tailored business attire, but even this apparently screamed outsider in Evermere. Marcy continued, Nate mentioned you had some sort of corporate background. I figured an event like this would be child's play for someone who's planned. What was it? Luxury lifestyle brand launches? Bryn's eyes narrowed. The challenge in Marcy's voice was unmistakable. She'd been baited like this in boardrooms before, usually by men who assumed her position was due to nepotism rather than competence. Fine, Bryn said, releasing the doorknob. I'll stay. Wonderful. Marcy's smile held genuine warmth for the first time. Coffee? It's terrible, but it's caffeinated. It's not terrible, Bryn found herself saying. It just needs to be brewed for 4 minutes instead of 8. Marcy's eyebrows rose. Look who's become a coffee expert. Not an expert. Just someone who's learned from multiple mistakes. The meeting resumed with renewed chaos. Bryn found herself taking more detailed notes, unable to help herself. This was like watching someone attempt brain surgery with a spork, horrifying, yet somehow she couldn't look away. When Eloise finally declared the meeting over, scattering the attendees like pigeons before a sudden rain, Bryn remained seated, staring at her notes in mild shock. She and Nate had somehow been assigned responsibility for. Bryn had no idea what the last item meant, but Eloise had said it with such conviction that no one had dared question it. When the last of the volunteers filed out, clutching their assigned tasks with expressions ranging from determination to mild panic, Nate and Bryn found themselves alone with a stack of planning materials and conflicting instructions. The silence between them stretched uncomfortably, punctuated only by the tick of the ancient wall clock and the soft hum of the heating system. Finally, Bryn couldn't stand it anymore. That woman makes corporate takeovers look civilized. To her surprise, Nate laughed, a genuine laugh that transformed his usually guarded expression. The sound was warm and unexpectedly pleasant, like stumbling across a sunlit clearing in a dense forest. Eloise and her clipboard of doom have been terrorizing this town since I was a teenager, he admitted, rising to pour coffee from the ancient machine into 2 chipped mugs. He handed one to Bryn without asking if she wanted it. What exactly is atmospheric enhancement? Bryn asked, accepting the mug with a nod of thanks. Last year it meant twinkle lights and paper lanterns. The year before it was wind chimes made from old book covers. Nate's mouth quirked up at one corner. There was a small fire incident. Of course there was. Bryn sighed, flipping through her notes. And we're supposed to coordinate with old Rob for sound equipment? Robert Jenkins. He's 82 and convinced that nothing made after 1978 produces true sound. Nate's fingers made air quotes. His equipment weighs about 300 pounds and requires specific electrical configurations that I'm pretty sure violate several safety codes. Fantastic. Bryn took a sip of coffee. To her surprise, it wasn't terrible. Nate apparently knew the correct brewing time. And we need to figure this out by 3 weeks from Saturday. 3? Bryn nearly choked. That's not enough time to organize a child's birthday party, let alone a town event. Welcome to Bookstock, Nate said dryly. Where planning is an afterthought and disaster is tradition. Outside the windows, dusk was falling, the sky shifting to deep blue. Someone had forgotten to turn on the overhead lights, leaving them in the soft glow of a single lamp. Bryn was suddenly aware of how quiet the bookstore was. No customers, no Marcy humming off-key, no Mika's sarcastic commentary. Just her and Nate, sitting too close at the small table piled with planning materials. She was acutely conscious of his presence beside her, the ink stain on his left thumb, the slight scent of books and coffee that clung to him, the way his brow furrowed slightly as he studied Eloise's indecipherable notes. His sleeve brushed against her arm as he reached for a paper, and she found herself noting the warmth of that brief contact. Bryn cleared her throat. We should probably make a proper task list. Break this down into manageable components. Nate glanced at her, a hint of surprise in his expression. You sound like you've done this before. Event planning. It was part of my job. Bryn hesitated, then added, I coordinated product launches, press events, seasonal previews. For Wilder lifestyle brands, Nate finished. Bryn's head snapped up. You know about that? He shrugged, looking slightly uncomfortable. I Googled you after you started here. Wanted to know who I was dealing with. And what did you learn? Her voice was carefully neutral. That you were the face of a luxury lifestyle empire. That you disappeared from public view about 6 months ago after some kind of incident. The details were vague. Bryn's fingers tightened around her mug. The internet doesn't know everything. No, he agreed quietly. It doesn't. Another silence fell, this one less awkward but more charged. Bryn felt as though something had shifted between them. Not necessarily toward comfortable familiarity, but at least away from open hostility. So, she said finally, if I were planning this professionally, I'd start by defining our scope and establishing a timeline. She pulled a fresh page from her planner. Walk me through what's actually expected for these author events. To her surprise, Nate didn't dismiss her approach. Instead, he turned his chair to face her more directly, their knees almost touching under the table. There are usually readings throughout the day, 20 to 30 minutes each. We set up in the gazebo at the Commons. It's got decent acoustics, but terrible sightlines if you're more than 3 rows back. Bryn nodded, making notes. How many people usually attend? Depends on the author and time of day. Morning slots might get 15 people. The afternoon session with Nancy Pruitt, she writes mystery novels set in a fictional version of Evermere, usually draws about 50. And seating capacity? Officially? 35 chairs. And officially, people bring blankets and sit on the grass. Bryn continued asking questions, and Nate answered with increasing detail, occasionally adding context and history. The Bookstock event had been running for 8 years, growing from a small sidewalk book sale to a full-day festival that encompassed the entire town commons. As they worked, Bryn found herself gradually relaxing. This was familiar territory, project planning, logistics, contingencies. She knew how to do this. We should stagger the more popular authors so there's continuous foot traffic throughout the day, she suggested, sketching a rough timeline. And if we group similar genres, attendees are more likely to stay for consecutive readings. Nate leaned closer to see her notes, nodding slowly. That's actually smart. Try not to sound so surprised, Bryn said dryly, but without her usual defensiveness. Sorry. It's just... You assumed I was just a pretty face for a corporate brand? Nate had the grace to look slightly abashed. Something like that. Then he added, though I wasn't thinking pretty exactly. What were you thinking? Privileged was the word that came to mind. Bryn should have been offended, but instead found herself laughing softly. Fair enough. They continued working side by side, mugs refilled twice as the evening deepened outside. Bryn's planner was now filled with a detailed schedule, contact information for authors, and a comprehensive task list. It wasn't perfect, but it was significantly better than Eloise's scattered approach. What about this atmospheric enhancement business? Bryn asked, tapping her pen against the page. Usually it's just decorations. Lights, book-themed centerpieces, that sort of thing. We could do something with vintage book covers, Not burning them this time, Bryn added quickly. Maybe as backdrops or photo opportunities? People love Instagram moments at events like this. Instagram moments, Nate repeated, as though testing out an unfamiliar language. I suppose that makes sense for bringing in the younger crowd. Trust me, bookish aesthetics are extremely popular on social media. Bryn hesitated, then added, we used to partner with influencers who had what we called the cozy intellectual vibe for our home library collection. Is that so? Nate's mouth twitched. And what exactly is the cozy intellectual vibe? Oversized sweaters, reading glasses perched just so, and at least 3 houseplants in the background, Bryn replied without missing a beat. Preferably with a steaming mug of something nearby. Nate let out a surprised laugh, that same warm sound she'd noticed earlier. You're making that up. I wish I were. We had a 16-page style guide for partnering influencers. That's horrifying. You have no idea. She smiled faintly, surprised at how easy it felt to mock her former life. Anyway, my point is that we could create some simple photo-worthy moments that would draw attention to the festival and the bookstore. I'll defer to your expertise on the matter, Ms. Corporate Influencer Wrangler. Bryn arched an eyebrow. Was that almost respect I detected? Don't push your luck, Wilder. They continued refining their plans until Bryn noticed the time, nearly 10 o'clock. She'd been at the bookstore for almost 5 hours, well beyond her required community service time for the day. I should probably head out, she said, gathering her notes. Nate stretched, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, it's late. But we've made decent progress. We have, Bryn agreed, surprised to find she meant it. Though I still think Eloise's clipboard should be classified as a weapon of mass distraction. Nate's laugh filled the quiet bookstore, and Bryn found herself smiling in response. There was something satisfying about drawing that sound from him, like unlocking a particularly tricky puzzle box. Her clipboard of doom has been a feature of town events since before I moved here, he said, shaking his head. Legend has it she once used it to fend off a raccoon that tried to steal pastries at the fall festival. I believe it, Bryn replied. That thing looks like it could stop bullets. They walked to the front door together, Nate pulling out his keys to lock up behind them. The night air was crisp and cool, stars visible in the clear sky above Evermere, more stars than Bryn had ever seen in the city. Do you need a ride? Nate asked unexpectedly. It's pretty dark. I'm just staying at the Cozy Crest Inn, Bryn said. It's only a few blocks. Right? Of course. He seemed awkward suddenly, jingling his keys in his pocket. Thanks though, she added, feeling strangely awkward herself. For the offer. And for not being completely dismissive of my ideas. Your ideas were good, he admitted. Better than anything the clipboard dictator came up with, anyway. They stood for a moment in the pool of light from the bookstore's front window, neither quite ready to part ways. Well? Good night then, Bryn finally said. Good night, Wilder. As she walked alone through the quiet streets of Evermere, Bryn found herself replaying moments from the evening in her mind. The way Nate had laughed at her jokes, the serious consideration he'd given her suggestions, the brief warmth of his arm against hers as they worked side by side. It was troubling how much she'd enjoyed earning that laugh. More troubling still was how easily she'd slipped back into her planner and project management mode, the very skills she'd been trying to distance herself from since the scandal. Back in her room at the inn, Bryn set her planner on the nightstand and stared at it for a long moment. She'd carried that little leather book through board meetings, product launches, and an entire season of Fashion Week. It had been both sword and shield in her corporate battlefield. Tonight, for the first time in months, using those skills had felt good rather than painful. Useful rather than damaging. She wasn't sure what to make of that. Or of the fact that Nate Reyes's laugh kept echoing pleasantly in her memory, no matter how firmly she tried to push it away. Six. The Ledger Lesson. Nate hunched over the ancient ledger in the back office, squinting as the numbers blurred. He rubbed his eyes and leaned back in the creaking chair, surveying the disaster zone around him. Stacks of yellowing invoices teetered precariously on every surface. Loose receipts, some dating back 5 years, spilled from accordion folders labeled in his brother's messy handwriting. "Quarter 4 of something," he muttered, turning a page sideways to decipher the faded ink. He'd closed the shop over an hour ago, the quiet settling around him like dust. These late nights had become a ritual since David's death, sorting through the chaos his brother had left behind. David had many gifts, but financial organization wasn't among them. The mess was overwhelming, but Nate couldn't bring himself to overhaul it completely. Each scribbled note bore his brother's handwriting, each coffee stain a memory. A soft thud from the main store caught his attention. Nate frowned and cocked his head, listening. The store was definitely closed, he'd locked up himself. Another sound, the unmistakable slide of books being arranged. Nate pushed back from the desk and moved quietly to the doorway, peering into the dimly lit store. The sight stopped him cold. Bryn stood at the front display, reorganizing the staff pick section that customers had ransacked throughout the day. Her back was to him as she worked with surprising care, sliding books into place and adjusting their position with a perfectionist's attention. She hummed softly to herself, something classical that Nate half recognized. She changed clothes since this afternoon. Gone was the crisp blouse and tailored pants. Instead, she wore a simple oversized sweater that hung off one shoulder, revealing a glimpse of collarbone. With her hair pulled into a messy ponytail, and her usual armor of perfection stripped away, she looked younger. More real. Nate cleared his throat. Bryn jumped, nearly dropping the book in her hands as she spun around. "Jesus." "Sorry," he offered, leaning against the doorframe. "I thought you left hours ago." She recovered quickly, setting down the book and brushing non-existent dust from her hands. "I did. I went for dinner and..." She trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the display. "I saw this was a mess when I walked past, and I still have your key, so..." Her voice took on a defensive edge. "I was going to put it back on your desk before I left." Nate nodded, surprised. "You didn't have to do that. Consider it overtime. Eloise wanted the display perfect for tomorrow's book club." She tilted her head, studying him. "What about you? Hiding from bookstock planning?" "Accounting." He grimaced. "It's a quarterly nightmare." "Ah?" Bryn nodded sagely. "The dreaded spreadsheets." If only they were spreadsheets. Nate surprised himself with a short laugh. "That would be several technological revolutions ahead of what I've got back there." She raised an eyebrow, curiosity plain on her face. "What are you working with? Stone tablets?" Nate hesitated, unsure why he was even talking to her about this. The financial disaster zone was his private shame, a reminder of his inadequacy at running a business. He expected her, with her corporate pedigree, to take one look and write the place off as hopelessly amateur. And yet, "Something like that," he said, hearing himself continue despite his better judgment. "Want to see the remains of the Reyes family accounting system?" The question hung between them. Bryn studied him, seemingly searching his face for signs of mockery. Finding none, she nodded. "Lead the way." Nate stepped aside as she approached, catching the subtle scent of her perfume, something light and expensive that didn't announce itself but lingered at the edges of awareness. He gestured toward the office, suddenly self-conscious of the chaos. Bryn stopped in the doorway, absorbing the scene. Her eyes widened slightly, but her face remained impressively neutral. "So, this is why the store loses money," she said, but her tone lacked the judgment he'd expected. Nate bristled anyway. "We don't lose money." He paused. "Much?" His defensiveness melted when he caught the slight quirk at the corner of her mouth, the barely there smile that suggested she was teasing rather than criticizing. It was the first time he'd seen that expression directed at him, rather than at his expense. "This was my brother's system," he explained, gesturing at the mess. "I've never had the heart to completely overhaul it, even though I probably should." She stepped closer to the desk, lifting a page covered in David's distinctive scrawl, studying it without touching anything else, as if understanding these papers were more than just business records. "Your brother owned the store before you?" Nate nodded, surprised at how easily the words came. "David. He opened it fresh out of college. Said he'd rather sell stories than stocks. And now it's yours." Something in her voice made him look up. She wasn't looking at him but at the papers, her expression thoughtful, almost wistful. "Now it's mine," he agreed quietly. Bryn set down the paper carefully and turned to survey the rest of the chaos. She wore that focused expression he'd seen when she helped Mrs. Abernathy find the perfect book for her grandson, like she was solving a particularly interesting puzzle. "Do you want some help?" The offer caught him totally off guard. "What?" "With this." She gestured to the paperwork disaster. "I used to organize quarterly reports for the Wilder Group subsidiaries. This is..." She smiled, and there was a hint of challenge in it. "Well, it's a bit more analog, but the principle is the same." Nate stared at her, waiting for the catch. "You want to help me with accounting?" She rolled up her sleeves in response, the casual gesture at odds with his image of her. Better than going back to that empty rental. Besides, her eyes met his with unexpected directness. "I'm good at this part." The admission held more vulnerability than she probably intended. Nate recognized the feeling, the need to be useful in the ways you knew how, especially when so much else felt uncertain. "Okay." He nodded toward the small reading nook with its worn table. "Maybe we could set up there? More space than in here." 20 minutes later, they'd established an impromptu workspace at the reading nook. Nate had dragged over his desk lamp, casting a warm glow over their corner of the darkened store. Bryn had immediately taken control, creating neat stacks sorted by month and type. "So these are invoices from vendors," she confirmed, holding up a stack of papers. "And these?" She squinted at another pile. "I honestly have no idea what these are." "Those are David's special category," Nate explained, reaching over to flip through them. "Store expenses that didn't fit anywhere else. Supplies, repairs, the time he bought 20 lawn gnomes for a window display." "Lawn gnomes?" Bryn looked up, eyebrows raised. "For a fantasy book launch. They were wearing tiny wizard hats." Nate found himself smiling at the memory. He spray-painted them himself in the alley. Half the town thought he was getting high back there. A laugh escaped her, a real one, not the polite chuckle she used with customers. Their shoulders brushed as she leaned to look at the papers, and Nate became acutely aware of how close they were sitting. He could see the faint freckles across her nose that her usual makeup concealed, the slight crease between her brows as she concentrated. "Your brother sounds creative." "That's one word for it." Nate sorted through more papers. Each month was an adventure. He once traded 3 rare first editions for a vintage motorcycle that broke down a week later. Bryn shook her head, but she was smiling. "Not exactly business school approved." David always said business school would have killed his soul. Nate picked up another paper. He ran this place on instinct and good luck. They fell into a comfortable rhythm, Bryn creating an organizational system while Nate explained the quirks of his brother's bookkeeping. The conversation flowed more naturally than it ever had before, without the usual tension humming beneath every exchange. "So these regulars," Bryn asked, gesturing to a list of names with notations beside them, "they have tabs?" "Some of them. Mrs. Findlay pays quarterly, has since 1992. Mr. Rodriguez trades fresh bread for his mystery novels." Nate shrugged. David believed in the barter system. "And you've kept it going." It wasn't a question, but Nate nodded anyway. The store wouldn't be the same without it. Bryn was silent for a moment, sorting through another stack. "Is that why you keep the manual cash register? Part of the store's character?" "That, and I can't afford a new POS system." Nate winced at the admission but continued. "Plus, I'd rather put money into inventory than technology." To his surprise, she nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense, actually." The vintage aesthetic is part of your brand identity. Our what? Your brand? The experience people come here for. She gestured around the store. The creaky floors, the handwritten recommendations, the clipboards, they're all part of what makes this place different from megabooks or online retailers. Nate blinked, surprised at her insight. I never thought of it that way. It's valuable, she said simply, returning to the papers. They worked in companionable silence for a while, the only sounds the shuffling of papers and the occasional hum of the ancient heating system. Nate found himself stealing glances at her bent head, at the way her fingers moved efficiently through the stacks, creating order from chaos. What's Misk Dragon expense? Bryn asked suddenly, holding up a worn receipt. Nate leaned closer to look, his chest tightening with recognition. Oh, that was the dragon piñata for the kids' summer reading finale. David made this elaborate treasure hunt through the store. As he explained the ridiculous scavenger hunt his brother had created, complete with hand-drawn maps and costume pieces hidden throughout the shop, Bryn's smile grew wider. So the kids had to solve riddles to find dragon scales. Which were actually green paint samples from the hardware store, Nate added. And then they had to defeat the dragon to get the treasure? Which was just candy and bookmarks, but you'd have thought it was gold from their reactions. They both burst into laughter at the sheer absurdity of it, the sound filling the quiet store. It caught Nate off guard, the sound of their mingled laughter, the way her eyes crinkled at the corners, how her hand came up to cover her mouth. In the warm lamplight with her guard down she was beautiful wasn't adequate. Luminous, maybe. He looked away quickly, suddenly intensely aware of himself. The hours slipped by as they worked through the financial mess. Sometime around midnight, exhaustion softened their usual defenses. Nate found himself talking about things he rarely discussed. How his parents had doubted David's decision to open a bookstore, how he'd been working on Wall Street when his brother got sick. I was supposed to visit that weekend, Nate said quietly, staring at the ledger. But I pushed it back because of some pointless meeting. By Monday, he was in the hospital. By Friday, he trailed off, unable to finish. Bryn was silent, but he felt her attention like a physical presence. I never wanted to run a bookstore, he admitted, the words barely audible. But now I can't imagine doing anything else. Even when it's a disaster, it's his disaster. Our disaster. He looked up, feeling oddly vulnerable and defiant at once. Does that make any sense? More than you know, she said softly. The simple response held unexpected understanding. Their eyes met across the table, and something shifted in the air between them. Bryn looked down at her hands. Everyone thinks the scandal is what bothers me, she said, her voice so quiet he had to lean closer to hear. But it's not. It's how quickly they all decided I was disposable. The vulnerability in her voice made his chest tighten. She wasn't looking at him, and somehow that made her confession more intimate, as if he was witnessing something not meant to be seen. 10 years at that company, she continued. Working 80-hour weeks, canceling vacations, missing every family event, and they threw me to the wolves the second things got complicated. Nate hadn't known what to expect from her version of events, but the raw hurt in her voice wasn't it. Not calculated PR spin or corporate doublespeak, just someone processing betrayal. What happened? He asked, the question gentle. She looked up then, surprise flashing across her features, followed by wariness. You don't know? It was everywhere. He shrugged. I don't follow business news. Or any news, really, according to Marcy. Bryn studied him for a long moment, as if deciding how much to share. The short version is, I trusted the wrong person with confidential information. The longer version. She sighed. The longer version involves a climate initiative I championed, a board member's son who had his own agenda, and a leaked memo that made it look like I deliberately misled investors. Did you? No, she said firmly, meeting his gaze. Never. But it didn't matter. The company needed a scapegoat, and I was. She gestured at herself with a humorless laugh. Perfect for the role. The cold, ambitious woman who would do anything to get ahead. The papers practically wrote themselves. Nate recognized the bitterness in her voice, the same tone he'd used when talking about David's illness, about the unfairness of it all. He'd misjudged her, he realized. Cast her as the villain in a story he didn't fully understand. They both reached for a document at the same time, their hands brushing over a faded invoice. Neither pulled away immediately. The contact lingered, their fingers barely touching on the weathered page. Nate became acutely aware of every point of connection, the warmth of her skin against his, the soft sound of her breathing, how the lamplight caught in her hair. His gaze traveled from their hands to her face, finding her watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Without conscious thought, he leaned closer to her. The air between them seemed to change, charged with something unspoken as the distance narrowed. Bryn's breath caught audibly, the slight parting of her lips drawing his attention. For one suspended moment, everything narrowed to the nearness of her, the faint scent of her perfume mixing with the smell of old books, the question in her eyes. They were close enough now that he could count her eyelashes, could see the slight flush rising on her cheeks. His heart hammered against his ribs as he tilted his head slightly, drawn toward her like gravity. Suddenly Bryn pulled back, eyes wide with something like fear. The spell shattered. "I should go," she said abruptly, gathering her things with shaking hands. "It's late, and we have that supplier meeting tomorrow and—" She was babbling, something Nate had never seen her do. He stayed frozen in place, words failing him as she stood, grabbing her jacket from the back of the chair. "Thanks for your help," he managed finally, his voice rougher than intended. "No problem. Happy to." She gestured vaguely at the now organized stacks of paper. "Anyway. Good night." She hurried toward the door, fumbling with the lock for a moment before slipping outside into the night. The bell above the door jingled cheerfully in her wake, the sound absurdly normal in the wake of whatever had just happened, or almost happened, between them. Nate remained seated, staring at the empty chair across from him, the lingering warmth where she'd been sitting moments before. He ran a hand over his face, trying to process the sudden shift. 10 minutes ago, they'd been laughing together. 5 minutes ago, he'd been about to kiss her. And now he was alone in the quiet store, surrounded by neatly organized financial records and the ghost of her perfume, wondering what the hell he'd been thinking. "Smooth, Reyes," he muttered to the empty room. "Real smooth." Seven. Paper cuts and olive branches. Bryn fled up the inn's narrow staircase, grateful that Mrs. Henderson wasn't stationed at the front desk. Each step felt like a reprieve from the evening's disastrous almost moment with Nate. She'd let her guard down, shared too much, felt too much, and then panicked when his face had drawn closer to hers in the dim light of the bookstore's back office. The memory of his fingers brushing against hers while reaching for the same ledger burned across her skin. The way his eyes had softened when she'd confessed how disposable she'd felt after her public downfall. The phantom sensation of his breath against her cheek before she jerked away and mumbled some excuse about needing sleep. What the hell was wrong with her? She jammed her key into the lock of room 7, the Rochester and Jane suite, according to the ridiculous plaque, and shouldered the door open. The familiar floral wallpaper and lace curtains greeted her, a temporary sanctuary that had somehow become more home-like than she cared to admit. Bryn kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the quilted bedspread. "This isn't part of the plan," she whispered to the ceiling. "Get through community service. Rebuild reputation. Return to normal life." Normal life didn't include developing complicated feelings for scruffy bookstore owners who wore the same flannel shirt 3 days running. Normal life didn't include small towns where everyone remembered your coffee order after the second visit. And it certainly didn't include moments of vulnerability that left her feeling raw and exposed. A soft knock interrupted her spiral. "Of course," Bryn muttered, pressing her palms against her eyes. Mrs. Henderson stood in the hallway with suspicious timing, as if she'd been lurking, waiting for Bryn's return. Her silver hair caught the warm hallway light, and she wore one of her endless collection of floral cardigans, despite the mild evening temperature. "I thought I heard you come in, dear," the older woman said, her voice warm with practiced innocence. "You look like you could use some tea." Bryn opened her mouth to decline, but Mrs. Henderson had already turned, clearly expecting Bryn to follow. With a sigh that felt dramatic even to her own ears, Bryn trailed after her hostess down to the first floor. The inn's small kitchenette was Mrs. Henderson's domain. Bryn perched awkwardly on a wooden stool, while the older woman putted around, setting a copper kettle to boil, and selecting tea from what appeared to be an apothecary drawer system. "Chamomile with a touch of lavender," Mrs. Henderson announced, measuring leaves into a strainer. "To help with sleep. You look like you could use it." "I'm perfectly fine," Bryn countered automatically. Mrs. Henderson's knowing smile was both irritating and oddly comforting. "Of course you are, dear." The kettle whistled, and Mrs. Henderson poured water over the tea strainer with practiced precision. Steam curled upward, bringing with it a floral scent that made Bryn's shoulders drop an inch despite herself. "You know," Mrs. Henderson said conversationally, sliding the cup toward Bryn, "I've been calculating your stay. 6 weeks now, dear. Quite a bit longer than the few days you initially mentioned." Bryn's fingers tightened around the warm mug. "Is that a problem?" "Not at all. I enjoy the company. But I was thinking about your comfort." "My comfort?" Mrs. Henderson gestured toward the sitting room. "Perhaps we could chat in there. More comfortable than these old stools." The sitting room was the heart of the cozy Crest Inn, all overstuffed armchairs, knitted throws, and shelves filled with mismatched books and confiscated guest items that had never been claimed. A small fire crackled in the fireplace, despite the season, casting the room in a warm glow that made Bryn feel like she'd stepped into someone else's nostalgia. Mrs. Henderson settled into her usual wingback chair, adjusting a needlepoint pillow behind her. "As I was saying, I'm concerned about your comfort. Extended hotel stays can feel impersonal after a while." Bryn perched on the edge of a floral armchair. "I assure you, I'm quite comfortable." "I'm sure you are, dear. But while I do enjoy having you here, I should mention that tourist season will be starting soon." Mrs. Henderson peered at Bryn over the rim of her teacup with keen interest. "My rates will necessarily increase." The implication landed with perfect aim. Bryn shifted uncomfortably. "I see. However," Mrs. Henderson continued, setting down her cup with a delicate clink, "I may have a solution that would benefit us both." Bryn narrowed her eyes. "What kind of solution?" "My niece Joanne, lovely girl, terrible taste in men, owns that little brick building on Maple. You know, the one with the window boxes?" She didn't wait for Bryn to confirm. She just had her studio apartment open up, unexpectedly. Previous tenant ran off with his yoga instructor. She clicked her tongue. "Always thought he seemed flighty." "Mrs. Henderson, I appreciate the thought, but it's a charming little place. Hardwood floors. Good natural light. Walking distance to everything in town, including your bookstore." "It's not my bookstore," Bryn corrected automatically. Mrs. Henderson waved this away. "The point is, it might be worth considering. For someone in your extended temporary situation." Bryn set her teacup down more forcefully than intended. "That sounds very permanent, and I'm not sure." "It's month to month, dear," Mrs. Henderson interrupted smoothly. "And considerably less expensive than my nightly rates. Which, as I mentioned, will increase quite dramatically next week." The older woman's smile remained pleasant, but her eyes held the sharp gleam of a chess player who'd just said check, and was waiting for her opponent to realize it. Bryn took a sip of tea to buy herself time. The idea of an apartment, a place of her own in this town, felt like admitting defeat. Like acknowledging that her exile might stretch beyond the originally planned 6 weeks of community service. She'd already completed most of her court-mandated hours, but found herself inventing reasons to stay, first to help with bookstock preparations, then to implement her inventory system ideas. The truth was, she wasn't ready to leave yet, though she couldn't quite admit why. I was only supposed to be here for 6 weeks, she said, voicing the thought aloud. Mrs. Henderson's smile was knowing. And yet here you are nearly 2 months in, with no packed bags in sight. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. Her community service requirement was technically fulfilled, but she'd kept showing up at the bookstore anyway. And now she was contemplating a month-to-month lease? Of course, Mrs. Henderson added, her tone casual, the apartment has its own kitchenette. You could make your proper coffee, instead of suffering through my diner blend. Her eyes twinkled knowingly at Bryn's daily complaints about the inn's coffee quality. Bryn's resistance wavered slightly. After years of artisanal beans and a personal barista at the Wilder headquarters, the inn's pre-ground grocery store coffee had been a daily assault on her taste buds. I really don't think. And naturally, Mrs. Henderson continued, leaning forward slightly, you wouldn't have to worry about explaining your comings and goings. Or why certain bookstore owners might be walking you home occasionally. Heat flashed across Bryn's cheeks. I don't know what you're implying. I imply nothing, dear. I observe. Mrs. Henderson's smile was gentle, but knowing. This town hasn't seen Nathan Reyes walk anyone home since, well, ever. Bryn's throat felt suddenly dry. That was just once. And it was raining. And it meant nothing. Of course, Mrs. Henderson agreed, too quickly. But privacy is privacy. And my breakfast room does become rather crowded with locals who have opinions. Bryn had noticed the way conversation sometimes faltered when she entered the dining room each morning, the sideways glances and whispered comments barely concealed behind coffee cups. The thought of escaping that daily scrutiny was tempting. I suppose, Bryn said carefully, it couldn't hurt to look. Mrs. Henderson beamed, victory written across her face. Wonderful. I'll just quickly call Joanne. She pulled out her phone with surprising speed, making Bryn suspect this entire conversation had been meticulously planned. As Mrs. Henderson chatted with her niece, Bryn stared into the dregs of her tea. She'd never lived in a studio apartment. Never lived anywhere that didn't have a doorman, or at least a high-end security system. The concept of a small-town apartment with window boxes felt like something from a Hallmark movie her assistant would watch during holiday breaks, not her actual life. And yet, the thought of having her own space again, even a humble one, held an unexpected appeal. No more tiptoeing around other guests. No more pretending she didn't hear Mrs. Henderson's not-so-subtle questions about her day. It's all arranged, Mrs. Henderson announced brightly, slipping her phone back into her cardigan pocket. Joanne can show you the apartment tomorrow afternoon at 3. She's quite excited to meet you. I bet she is, Bryn muttered, then forced a smile. Thank you. That's thoughtful of you. Mrs. Henderson patted Bryn's knee. That's what we do here in Evermere, dear. We look out for each other. The words felt like both a comfort and a warning. The apartment on Maple Street was exactly as advertised, small, simple, and utterly lacking in the luxury Bryn had grown accustomed to. Joanne Henderson, a younger, chattier version of her aunt, led the tour with enthusiastic hand gestures and unnecessary commentary about every fixture. The previous tenant left those curtains. I washed them, of course, but if they're not your style, you can always change them. The water pressure's decent for an old building. Oh, and the fridge makes this funny sound sometimes, but it's nothing to worry about. Bryn nodded politely, her attention drifting from Joanne's monologue to the space itself. The hardwood floors were worn but clean. The kitchenette consisted of a 2-burner stove, a small refrigerator, and roughly 2 square feet of counter space. The bathroom was functional if dated, with subway tiles that had seen better days. It was, in every way, ordinary. And yet, as Bryn wandered toward the large windows that faced the quiet side street, she found herself not entirely repulsed by the idea of staying here. The light is really something in the afternoons, Joanne was saying. Great for plants, if you're into that sort of thing. Last tenant killed 3 succulents, but I don't think that was the apartment's fault. Bryn made a non-committal sound of acknowledgement as she peered out the window. From this angle she could see the edge of the town square, the tops of the trees in the park, and, somewhat surprisingly, the distinctive sloped roof of the Last Chapter bookstore in the distance. "You can see your workplace from here," Mrs. Henderson observed, appearing at Bryn's elbow. Her voice held a note of smug satisfaction, as if she'd personally arranged the view. "Again, not my workplace," Bryn corrected, though the protest felt increasingly hollow. "Just where I'm serving my community service." "Of course, dear," Mrs. Henderson agreed in that way that wasn't really agreement at all. Bryn turned away from the window, arms crossed. "What's the rent?" Joanne named a figure that made Bryn want to laugh. It was less than what she'd once spent on a single pair of shoes. But she kept her face carefully neutral and nodded. "And it's month to month. No long-term commitment?" "Absolutely," Joanne confirmed. "I understand your situation is flexible." Something in her tone made Bryn suspect that Mrs. Henderson had shared more details than necessary. She chose not to pursue that thread. "When would it be available?" "Today if you want it," Joanne said with a shrug. "I just finished cleaning yesterday." "Today," Bryn repeated, the word feeling strange in her mouth. How had her life reached a point where she was making same-day housing decisions in a town she'd never even heard of 2 months ago? Mrs. Henderson and Joanne exchanged a look that Bryn pretended not to notice. "Why don't we discuss the lease terms while you think it over?" Mrs. Henderson suggested, steering her niece toward the kitchenette, giving Bryn space to process. Bryn returned to the window, her fingers tracing the worn wooden sill. The apartment was temporary. Everything in Evermere was temporary. But there was something about having her own key, her own space, that appealed to the part of her that had felt untethered since her public disgrace. And if she were honest with herself, which she rarely was these days, the sight of the bookstore's rooftop in the distance triggered an unexpected warmth in her chest. Something about knowing Nate was right there, probably scowling at a shipment manifest or rearranging displays that didn't need rearranging, felt oddly comforting. Not that it mattered. Not that he mattered. This was about practicality, nothing more. "I'll take it," Bryn announced, turning from the window with more decisiveness than she felt. Joanne looked up from the paperwork she'd been reviewing with her aunt, a smile spreading across her face. "Great. I just need you to sign here and initial here and—" "I can pay 3 months upfront if you'd prefer," Bryn interrupted, reaching for her handbag. Joanne blinked. "That's not necessary. But sure, if you want to." The lease signing took less than 10 minutes. When Joanne handed her the keys, actual metal keys, not an electronic fob or security card, Bryn felt an odd flutter in her stomach. The last time she'd held ordinary house keys had been in college, before her father had insisted she move into one of the Wilder Properties buildings with its biometric entry system. "Welcome to Maple Street," Joanne said with genuine warmth. "If you need anything, I'm just downstairs in 1A. And don't let Aunt Edith boss you around too much." Mrs. Henderson made a show of looking offended. "I never boss. I suggest." Firmly. The two women left shortly after, promising to give Bryn space to settle in, though Mrs. Henderson made it clear she expected a full report on how the apartment worked out. Alone in the empty space, Bryn turned in a slow circle. Her footsteps echoed slightly on the hardwood. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the windows, casting long rectangles of light across the floor. It was quiet, save for the distant sounds of town life filtering through the partially open window. A car horn, children's laughter, the distinctive chime of the clock tower marking the half-hour. "Well," she said aloud to the empty room, "this is something." 3 hours later, Bryn carried her 2 suitcases and a small box of accumulated items up the narrow staircase to the second floor. She'd left most of her belongings in storage in New York. There had been no point bringing her extensive wardrobe or art collection to what was supposed to be a brief, humiliating detour in her life. Now, as she struggled with the sticky lock of the apartment door, she was grateful for her relatively light luggage. The sound of her own key turning in the lock carried a weight she wasn't prepared for. A concrete acknowledgement that she was establishing herself here beyond her original sentence. Inside, the apartment looked exactly as it had earlier, except now it was hers. Temporarily hers, she corrected herself. Bryn set her suitcases down and went through the methodical process of unpacking. Her designer clothes, even the more casual pieces she'd packed for her exile, looked out of place hanging in the modest closet. Her collection of expensive skincare products made the small bathroom counter look like a Sephora display. Her laptop and tablet, when placed on the kitchen table, transformed the humble surface into an impromptu workstation. The disconnect between her possessions and their new environment was jarring. Everything she owned screamed, "I don't belong here," which was exactly how she felt most days in Evermere. When she reached the bottom of her second suitcase, her fingers brushed against something unexpected, a paperback book with a dog-eared cover. Mika's annotated romance novel that she'd borrowed weeks ago and somehow never returned. She pulled it out, smiling despite herself at the tattered cover and the teenager's scrawled notes in the margins. Bryn carried the book to the otherwise empty bookshelf built into the wall beside the windows. She placed it carefully on the middle shelf where it sat alone, looking both out of place and strangely right, an apt metaphor for how she felt in Evermere. She stared at the single book for a long moment, fighting the sensation that she was crossing some invisible line. Putting a book on a shelf shouldn't feel meaningful. It was just practical, keeping it where she'd remembered to return it. Yet there was something undeniably symbolic about the sight. One book. One shelf. One small claim on a space that wasn't meant to be permanent, but wasn't quite temporary either. Bryn turned away from the bookshelf and busied herself with arranging her toiletries in the bathroom. She didn't have time for symbolism or sentiment. This apartment was a financial decision, nothing more. A way to save money while she continued working at the bookstore and waited for her father's PR team to declare her reputation sufficiently rehabilitated. Still, as she smoothed her designer quilt over the bed that came with the apartment, Bryn couldn't quite ignore the voice in the back of her mind that whispered maybe, just maybe, Evermere was becoming more than just the scenic backdrop to her punishment. That voice sounded suspiciously like Mrs. Henderson. Sleep evaded her like a text message deliberately left on read. The clock on the nightstand glowed an accusatory 4:37 a.m. as Bryn stared at the water stain on her rental apartment ceiling, tracing its irregular pattern for the 100th time. Her fingers drifted to her lips, the same lips that had almost, not quite, definitely almost touched Nate's the night before. "Stop it," she whispered into the darkness, her voice sounding foreign in the small, sparsely furnished room. She'd spent 30 minutes arranging and rearranging the throw pillows on the lumpy couch when she first moved in, as if decorative accessories could disguise the fact that she was living in what was essentially an extended-stay motel with delusions of grandeur. The almost kiss played on repeat in her mind, the way time had seemed to slow as they leaned toward each other in the dim light of the bookstore, surrounded by dusty ledgers and the comforting smell of old paper. The way his eyes had asked a question she wasn't ready to answer. The way she'd pulled back, made a flimsy excuse about an early morning, and practically ran from the building. What was I thinking? This isn't why I'm here. Bryn threw the covers off and padded to the kitchenette, pressing her forehead against the cool surface of the refrigerator before opening it. The contents were depressingly sparse: a half-empty carton of oat milk, an apple, and 3 takeout containers from Brew and Browse that she wasn't brave enough to open. No chocolate. Not even the emergency use-only kind bar she usually kept tucked away. "Pull it together, Wilder," she muttered, closing the fridge with more force than necessary. Confusing feelings about scruffy bookstore owners with soulful eyes and surprisingly gentle hands were not on her rehabilitation agenda. She was here to serve her time, rebuild her reputation, and get back to her real life, a life where she wore power suits instead of sensible shoes, where she made strategic decisions in boardrooms rather than shelving decisions in dusty aisles. A life that suddenly felt very far away. And strangely hollow. Sleep clearly wasn't an option. Bryn grabbed her laptop from the side table and settled onto the lumpy couch. If she couldn't control her feelings, she could at least control something. She opened a blank document and began typing. Bookstock. Event planning documents. Prepared by Bryn. Version 1.0. The familiar structure of headers, subheaders, and bullet points brought immediate comfort. By the time the sun was casting tentative rays through her thin curtains, she had created a comprehensive planning document with color-coded schedules, vendor layouts, and itemized supply lists. Bryn paused only to make coffee. Even bad coffee was better than no coffee, and continued working through her usual breakfast time. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she created contingency plans for weather issues, drafted a social media promotion schedule, and designed evaluation metrics for post-event analysis. Each spreadsheet cell, each action item, each perfectly formatted heading was a small victory over the chaos of her thoughts. This was who she was. This was what she was good at. Not whatever had almost happened last night. By 7:30 a.m., she had printed everything and organized it into a crisp black folder. She tugged on a simple gray dress, less formal than her usual style, but still polished, and slipped into the black flats that had replaced her broken heels. Professional. Efficient. In control, she told her reflection, applying a fresh coat of lipstick. The folder felt like armor in her hands as she walked the 3 blocks to the last chapter. She arrived 20 minutes before opening, finding the store still dark and locked. Rather than retreat to brew and browse, she positioned herself on the bench outside, rehearsing what she would say when Nate arrived. "Good morning. I've prepared some materials for Bookstock that I'd like to review with you when you have time." Formal. Distant. Safe. "I thought we should clarify our event strategy, so I took the initiative to draft some planning documents." Businesslike. No hint of personal entanglement. About last night? No. Absolutely not. There would be no mention of almost kisses, or shared confidences, or the way his eyes had crinkled at the corners when she'd made him laugh. Lost in rehearsal, she didn't notice Nate's approach until his keys jingled as he reached the door. He looked as tired as she felt, with shadows under his eyes and hair more disheveled than usual, if that was possible. "You're early," he said at the exact moment she blurted, "Good morning." They both stopped. Bryn clutched her folder tighter. "Sorry, you go ahead," Nate offered, fitting his key into the lock without quite meeting her eyes. I wanted to get an early start on the..." Her perfectly rehearsed lines evaporated. "Bookstock stuff," she finished lamely. "Right?" He pushed the door open. "Coffee? Please?" The morning ritual of opening the store felt excruciatingly awkward. Bryn busied herself turning on lights and computers while Nate made coffee. They moved around each other like cautious dancers, careful not to touch, to look, to acknowledge the elephant that had almost trampled them the night before. When Marcy arrived 30 minutes later, Bryn nearly collapsed with relief at the buffer of a third person. "Morning, book nerds," Marcy called, unwinding a colorful scarf from her neck. She paused, looking between them. "Who died?" "What?" Nate frowned. "The energy in here is funeral-grade depressing." Marcy headed for the coffee maker. "Did we get a bad review or something?" "Everything's fine," Bryn said too brightly. "In fact, I've prepared a comprehensive planning document for Bookstock." She opened her folder with a flourish. "I've outlined vendor placement, created a marketing timeline, drafted schedules for volunteers, and prepared contingency plans for weather disruptions." Nate and Marcy stared at her. "It's color-coded," she added weakly. "That's thorough," Nate said, accepting the paper she thrust toward him. "I thought we could review it together later, but I wanted to highlight a few key elements now." Bryn shifted into presentation mode, grateful for the familiar territory. "I've reorganized the author signing setup to maximize flow and visibility, and I think we should consider reworking the children's area layout too." "Bryn," Nate interrupted, "the store opens in 5 minutes." "Of course," she nodded, flustered. "We can discuss it later." Throughout the morning, Bryn found herself interrupting Nate's conversations with customers to ask about booth placements and scheduling details. She knew she was being overbearing, could feel it in the tightening of his shoulders each time she approached, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. "We need to finalize the author lineup today," she announced, cutting into his conversation with the regular about mystery novels. "And the poster design needs approval by tomorrow if we want them printed in time." Nate gave the customer an apologetic smile before turning to Bryn. "Can we discuss this when I'm not with someone?" "Of course, but the timeline is getting tight, and I've outlined several critical path items that—" "Later, Bryn," he said firmly. She retreated, flushing. Her corporate efficiency, once her greatest strength, felt clumsy and out of place here. But it was all she had to shield herself against whatever had shifted between them. Around 11, Marcy cornered her by the travel guides. "So," she said, shelving a book with deliberate care, "want to tell me what's going on with you two?" "Nothing's going on," Bryn replied automatically. Marcy snorted. "Sure. And I'm secretly J.K. Rowling's ghostwriter. We're just working on bookstock preparations." "Aha. And you've turned into corporate Bryn 2.0 because—" Bryn blinked. "I don't know what you mean." "Whatever happened between you two, bulldozing through it won't help," Marcy said, patting Bryn's arm before walking away, leaving her staring after her, unsettled by the observation's accuracy. The breaking point came that afternoon. Bryn, frustrated by Nate's continued evasion of her bookstock questions, took matters into her own hands. She began rearranging the carefully curated author spotlight display to accommodate her new vision for the event space. "What are you doing?" Nate's voice was quiet but sharp behind her. "Adjusting the display to create better flow for bookstock." Bryn continued moving books, not meeting his eyes. "If we shift this section, we can position the signing table with better visibility from the entrance, which should increase foot traffic by at least 15%. It's basic retail psychology." She turned to find him watching her with a clenched jaw. "Put them back," he said. "But the current arrangement doesn't maximize?" "This isn't your corporate playground," he snapped. "You can't just come in here and rearrange everything to fit some algorithm." "I'm trying to help," Bryn said, heat rising in her cheeks. "Did I ask for help?" "No, but you need it." The words came out louder than she intended. "This place could be so much more efficient if you just—" "Not everything needs your expensive fixing," Nate cut in coldly. "Some of us were doing just fine before you showed up." The words hit like a physical blow. Bryn stepped back, nearly knocking over a stack of books. "Fine," she said, her voice tight. "I was only trying to help, but clearly my input isn't welcome." "Your input would be welcome if it wasn't wrapped in corporate arrogance," Nate retorted. "This isn't about efficiency or algorithms or whatever business school buzzwords you want to throw around. This is about community, something I'm not sure you understand." "You don't know anything about me," Bryn shot back, even as a small voice inside acknowledged the partial truth in his words. "I know you've been here for weeks and still act like you're slumming it. Like we're some project you can fix before you go back to your real life." "That's not—" Bryn stopped. Wasn't that exactly what she'd been thinking that morning? Nate ran a hand through his hair. "Look, just put the books back. Please." He turned away, heading toward the register where a customer was waiting. Bryn stood frozen among the half-rearranged books, her eyes burning. She mechanically restored the display to its original configuration, then grabbed her purse. "I'm taking my break," she announced to no one in particular, and walked out. The cool air outside did nothing to soothe the hot sting of tears threatening to fall. "You're not going to cry over this," she told herself fiercely. "You face down board members and hostile takeovers. You don't cry over bookstore arguments." Her feet carried her automatically to Brew and Browse. The coffee shop was busy with the lunch crowd, but she found a small table in the corner. She ordered a latte she didn't really want, and sat staring into it, replaying Nate's words. "Some of us were doing just fine before you showed up." The truth was, she hadn't been doing fine before she showed up here. She'd been living on autopilot, building her father's brand, playing the role assigned to her. Until the scandal had stripped it all away and revealed, who was she without the Wilder brand, without the corporate structure, without the carefully crafted image? As she sat with her cooling latte, her eyes drifted to the community board on the wall. It was covered with flyers for local events: a poetry slam, a farmer's market, a clothing swap, and a dozen others. None of them were professionally designed. Some were hand-drawn, others printed on colored paper with clip art. All of them emanated something her corporate materials never had: genuine heart. Bryn studied them, tracing the uneven lettering with her eyes, noting the enthusiastic exclamation points, the personal phone numbers unabashedly listed. These weren't marketing materials created to maximize ROI. They were invitations, person to person, neighbor to neighbor. Something shifted in her understanding as she considered the contrast between her sleek planning documents and these heartfelt announcements. Maybe efficiency wasn't the only measure of value. Maybe there was something to be learned in the imperfect, the handmade, the personal. By the time she returned to the bookstore, her latte untouched, she had a plan. She slipped in quietly, nodding to Marcy at the register, and retreated to the back office. For the next 2 hours she worked steadily, first on her laptop, then with colored pens and paper she found in the supply cabinet. When she emerged, the afternoon light was casting long shadows through the store windows. Nate was helping an elderly woman select a cookbook. Bryn waited until he finished, then approached the counter with 2 items in her hands. The first was a professionally organized event schedule that incorporated all of Nate's original ideas, clearly labeled and thoughtfully arranged, but stripped of corporate jargon. She'd reframed efficiency in terms of customer enjoyment rather than profit margins. The second was a hand-designed bookstock flyer. She'd spent an hour creating it, drawing inspiration from the community board postings while adding her own touch. It captured the store's quirky charm, including a hand-drawn doodle of the crooked shelves, while still looking cohesive and inviting. She placed both items on the counter without comment, and turned to help a teenager looking lost in the YA section, giving Nate space to review them alone. From across the store she watched from the corner of her eye as he picked up the flyer first, his expression shifting from skepticism to surprise as he examined it. When he flipped through the revised schedule, his eyebrows rose. He looked up, scanning the store until he found her. When their eyes met, he gave a small nod of approval that somehow meant more than any corporate praise she'd ever received. The rest of the afternoon passed in a strange, buzzing anticipation. They didn't speak directly, both busy with customers and tasks, but the earlier tension had dissipated. Bryn found herself unable to focus fully, hyper-aware of Nate's movements around the store, the low timbre of his voice as he recommended books, the way he paused occasionally to look at her flyer again. At closing time, Bryn was straightening the mystery section when Nate approached, her flyer in hand. "This is actually really good," he admitted, something like respect in his voice. "You found a way to make it polished without losing what makes it ours." The word ours hung between them, neither acknowledging how right it sounded. "Thanks," Bryn said simply. "I realized I was trying to make this place fit my vision instead of understanding what makes it special already." Nate nodded, studying the flyer again. "The little drawing of the wobbly biography shelf is a nice touch." "That shelf has character," Bryn said with a small smile. "Like everything else around here." They fell into step together as they completed the closing routine, Bryn counting the register while Nate turned off lights and locked display cases. The silence between them was companionable rather than strained. Outside the store, they paused on the sidewalk. The evening air held the first hint of autumn crispness. "See you tomorrow?" Nate asked, hands in his pockets. "See you tomorrow," Bryn confirmed, hugging her purse to her chest. As they parted ways, their goodbye was warmer than their morning greeting. The tension between them transformed into something more like anticipation. Bryn walked back to her small apartment feeling lighter than she had in months, maybe years. For the first time since arriving in Evermere, she wasn't counting the days until she could leave. '8. The Bookstock Breakdown. The weeks leading up to Bookstock had flown by faster than Bryn expected. What had once seemed far in the future was now just days away, and with her required community service hours complete, she found herself still volunteering at the bookstore, still involved in planning the festival she'd once dismissed as small-town quaintness. The clouds above the Evermere Commons had shifted from white cotton puffs to menacing gray masses in the span of an hour. Nate stood between two half-assembled booths, scowling at the sky as if his disapproval might make the weather reconsider its plans. His phone buzzed in his pocket with another weather alert, the third in 20 minutes. "Fantastic," he muttered, scanning the forecast that now showed a 90% chance of thunderstorms within the hour. Bookstock was supposed to open tomorrow morning, and they'd spent the entire day setting up the event area. Tables of used books sat exposed to the elements, author banners fluttered ominously in the increasing wind, and the children's storytime tent looked ready to become a sail at the first strong gust. Nate ran a hand through his hair, mentally calculating how much of their work would be ruined if they didn't act quickly. The gazebo could shelter maybe a quarter of the books. The rest would need to be boxed up and moved inside somewhere. A flash of movement caught his eye as he began hauling the first box toward temporary shelter. Bryn was striding across the commons with Eloise Granger speed walking beside her, both clutching clipboards. The contrast between them was almost comical. Bryn's clipboard contained neatly printed checklists with color-coded tabs, while Eloise's was buried under post-it notes and coffee-stained scraps of paper. "I told you we should have rented those canopies with sides," Eloise was saying, her voice carrying across the increasingly windy square. "But no, the budget couldn't accommodate." "Oh." She stopped abruptly, finally noticing the darkening sky. "Sweet heaven, that's not on the schedule." Nate might have laughed if he weren't so concerned with salvaging what they could. "Storm's moving in fast," he said, setting down his box of paperbacks. "Weather app says it's going to hit hard." Eloise clutched her clipboard to her chest like a shield against the weather report. "I need to warn the others," she declared with the gravity of someone announcing an evacuation. "The Poetry Society is bringing their hand-painted banners this evening, and Mary's grandson just finished the papier-mâché book sculptures. They'll be ruined." Before either Nate or Bryn could respond, Eloise was hurrying away, phone pressed to her ear, leaving them alone as the first heavy drops began to spatter against the pavement. "We should postpone," Nate said, watching another booth's canvas flap tear loose in the wind. "There's no way we can protect all this." He expected immediate agreement. Bryn, the efficiency expert, would surely see the logic in cutting their losses. Instead, she shook her head firmly, raindrops already darkening her light blue blouse. "We can salvage this," she said, scanning the area with narrowed eyes. "If we prioritize. The electronics and books need immediate protection. The structural elements, tables, stands, tents, can be secured with proper anchoring." Something in her determination made Nate pause. It wasn't the corporate bulldozer attitude he'd initially disliked, but something more personal. As if this small-town book festival actually mattered to her. "Even if we save everything, the ground will be mud by tomorrow," he argued, but with less conviction than before. "So we put down wooden pallets and straw. The farmer's market does it all the time." She was already moving toward the nearest table of books. "Are you helping or not?" A genuine smile tugged at Nate's mouth. "Yes, ma'am," he said, surprised to find he actually meant it. The rain intensified rapidly as they worked. What began as scattered drops quickly became a steady downpour, then sheets of water that limited visibility across the commons. They moved in tandem, Bryn gathering books into plastic-lined boxes while Nate shuttled them to shelter, then both of them wrestling with canopy ties and tent stakes to secure what couldn't be moved. Nate glanced over during a particularly heavy cloudburst to find Bryn completely drenched, her silk blouse plastered against her shoulders, designer jeans sodden to the knee. She'd abandoned her clipboard under a tarp, and was single-handedly dragging a heavy display board toward the gazebo, rain streaming down her face. He'd never seen her like this, unconcerned with appearance, focused entirely on the task at hand. Her hair had darkened to a deep bronze, clinging to her neck in wet tendrils. The polished corporate princess was nowhere to be found. "Get the signed copies," she called to him over the din of rainfall, pointing toward a table where special edition books sat in increasing danger. They fell into an unexpected rhythm, anticipating each other's movements without need for explanation. When Nate struggled with the flapping canopy, Bryn appeared at the opposite corner without being called. When she couldn't reach a banner that had come loose, he was already there with his height advantage, securing it before it blew away. A sudden violent gust tore through the commons, ripping loose the author spotlight banner they'd hung only hours earlier. Both of them lunged for it simultaneously, colliding in their urgency. Nate's hand instinctively went to her waist to steady her, as the banner flapped wildly above them. For a moment they froze, rain cascading over both of them, his fingers pressed against the soaked fabric at her waist, her hand gripping his forearm for balance. A thunderclap broke the moment. Bryn released his arm, grabbed the banner's edge, and together they wrestled it down and folded it into temporary safety. Lightning flashed, illuminating the now empty commons. Everyone else had fled the worsening storm, leaving them alone with their half-secured festival preparations and the rumbling skies above. "We need to get out of this," Nate shouted over the deluge, scanning for the nearest shelter. "The store it's closest." Bryn nodded, gathering the last box of signed copies. They made a dash across the increasingly flooded pathways, Nate carrying 2 boxes stacked precariously in his arms. Just as they reached the edge of the commons, Bryn's foot hit a slick patch of mud. She pitched forward with a startled cry, the box flying from her grasp. Nate dropped one of his boxes to catch her arm, steadying her before she could fall face first onto the pavement. Without thinking, he kept hold of her as they ran the final stretch side by side, shoulders bumping, feet splashing through puddles that had formed in minutes. By the time they crashed through the door of the last chapter, they were both gasping and completely soaked. Nate fumbled for the lights, the familiar scent of paper and dust greeting them, as they stood dripping onto the entryway mat. The soft yellow glow illuminated their predicament. They looked like they'd gone swimming fully clothed. The lights flickered ominously, as another thunderclap shook the windows. Nate glanced at the electrical panel, realizing they might lose power entirely if the storm continued to intensify. "Here," he said, leading the way toward the back room, water squelching from his shoes with every step. "The stockroom's dry at least." In the harsh fluorescent light of the back room, he noticed Bryn was shivering, her arms wrapped around herself, as water dripped steadily from her clothes to form puddles on the concrete floor. Her lips had taken on a bluish tinge. "You need dry clothes," he said, moving toward the locker where he kept emergency supplies. "I've got some things here." He rummaged through the small cabinet, embarrassingly aware of how basic his offerings were compared to whatever designer labels she typically wore. He pulled out a well-worn flannel shirt, faded blue and green plaid, and a pair of gray sweatpants he kept for overnight inventory sessions. "They'll be big but they're dry," he said, turning to offer them to her. Her fingers brushed against his as she accepted the clothes, sending an unexpected jolt through his chilled skin. Their eyes met briefly, and Nate found himself suddenly very conscious of their solitude. The bookstore was empty, the storm raging outside, and they were standing alone in the back room, dripping and disheveled. "I'll make coffee while you change," he said, backing toward the door awkwardly. "Bathroom's through there." While Bryn changed, Nate busied himself with the ancient coffee maker in the break room, finding comfort in the familiar ritual. He peeled off his own soaked flannel shirt, grateful for the spare t-shirt he kept in his desk drawer. It wasn't much, but at least it was dry. His jeans were still wet, clinging uncomfortably to his legs, but there wasn't much he could do about that. He was pouring coffee into 2 mismatched mugs, one chipped with the faded logo of a library conference, the other declaring "books, because people suck," when he heard the bathroom door open. Bryn emerged looking like a completely different person. His flannel shirt hung to mid-thigh on her smaller frame, the sleeves rolled up multiple times to free her hands. The sweatpants were cinched tight at the waist but still pooled around her ankles. She'd attempted to tame her wet hair, which now fell in damp waves around her face instead of its usual smooth style. Something shifted in Nate's chest, a strange tightening that caught him off guard. Without her tailored clothes and perfect hair, she looked younger, softer somehow. The sight of her swimming in his old flannel, attempting to maintain dignity while obviously uncomfortable, struck him as both amusing and oddly touching. "Coffee?" he offered, holding out the library conference mug. Their fingers overlapped on the warm ceramic, lingering a beat longer than necessary. "Thanks," she said, voice quieter than usual. "And for the clothes." "They're not exactly Nordstrom," he said with a small smile. "No," she agreed, looking down at herself. "But they're dry. And surprisingly comfortable." Outside, the storm continued to rage, rain lashing against the windows in sheets. The lights flickered again, reminding them of their precarious situation. "Power might go soon," Nate said, gesturing toward the front of the store. "Let's go sit by the emergency light. It has a backup battery." They made their way to the reading nook, a small alcove with an old leather couch and a single standing lamp. The nook had been Marcy's idea, a cozy corner where customers could sample books before buying. Now it offered them shelter within shelter, a pocket of warmth against the storm's violence. Nate settled into one end of the couch, expecting Bryn to take the opposite corner. To his surprise, she sat in the middle, close enough that he could smell the faint scent of his own soap on her skin. "I think we saved most of it," she said after a moment, cradling her mug in both hands for warmth. "The books, at least." "Yeah," he agreed. "Though the Poetry Society's banners are probably halfway to the next county by now." She laughed, a genuine sound that Nate realized he'd rarely heard from her. "Eloise will have a conniption. She spent 3 committee meetings arguing about the font choices." "That tracks," he said, finding himself smiling. Last year she nearly disowned her nephew for using Comic Sans on the children's tent sign. The conversation flowed easier than ever before, transitioning naturally from bookstock logistics to stories about previous town events, the time the romance book club's blind date with a book display had been accidentally switched with the mystery reader selections, resulting in some very confused readers expecting crime and getting kissing instead. "What about you?" Nate asked, noticing how the lamplight caught the amber flecks in her eyes. "Did you have book fairs growing up?" Something shadowed her expression briefly. "Not really. We had events. Charity galas where books were auctioned for ridiculous amounts to people who never read them." She traced the rim of her mug with one finger. "My first real bookstore experience was in college. I used to hide in the poetry section between classes." Nate tilted his head, watching her. "Hide? From expectations." A small, self-deprecating smile curved her lips. "In the Wilder family, you're always on display. Books were the only place I could disappear for a while." The admission felt weighted, like something she didn't often share. Nate found himself wanting to know more, not about the scandal that brought her here, but about the woman who hid in poetry sections. "I used to read under my covers with a flashlight," he offered. "My brother would keep lookout and warn me when our mom was coming to check on us." "Did you get caught?" She turned slightly toward him, knees drawing up under the oversized flannel. "All the time. Mom would confiscate the flashlight but mysteriously forget to take the book." He smiled at the memory. "I think she secretly approved of my rebellion." A particularly loud thunderclap shook the building, and the lights flickered violently before going out completely. In the sudden darkness, Nate felt Bryn shift closer instinctively. The backup battery kicked in seconds later, the emergency light casting a soft glow that barely reached their corner. When his eyes adjusted, he realized the space between them had diminished considerably. Her knee now pressed lightly against his thigh, her shoulder inches from his own. Neither moved to restore the distance. "Thank you," she said quietly, her voice almost lost beneath the drumming rain. "For letting me help fix things." The sincerity in her voice caught him off guard. She wasn't talking about the storm or even bookstock, he realized. She was talking about the store, about her presence in his world. "You're doing more than filling community service hours," he acknowledged, surprising himself with his own honesty. "The display reorganization actually worked. Sales are up in that section." "Really?" The genuine pleasure in her eyes made something warm unfurl in his chest. "Really?" He found himself reaching out, almost without conscious decision, to brush a damp strand of hair from her face. His fingers lingered against her cheek, warm skin beneath his calloused fingertips. Time seemed to suspend itself in the dim light of the reading nook. The storm receded to background noise as they looked at each other, all pretenses washed away by the rain and exhaustion. No clipboards, no sarcasm, no assumptions about who the other was supposed to be. When Nate leaned in this time, moving slowly enough that she could pull away, Bryn met him halfway. Their lips connected softly at first, tentative and questioning. Her hand came up to curl into the fabric of his t-shirt, anchoring herself as the kiss deepened. Nate cradled her face in his palm, feeling the slight tremble in her breath as she moved closer. The taste of coffee lingered between them, bitter and warm. He traced the line of her jaw with his thumb, her skin impossibly soft beneath his work-roughened hand. The kiss transformed gradually from hesitant to hungry, her fingers threading through his hair as he pulled her closer with his free arm. The oversized flannel bunched between them as she shifted, practically in his lap now, neither of them willing to break the connection that had sparked between them. Outside, the storm continued its assault on Evermere, lightning illuminating the darkened bookstore in brief electric flashes. Inside their small pocket of light, Nate and Bryn remained wrapped in the quiet warmth of the reading nook, the taste and touch of each other momentarily more real than the chaos they'd have to face when the rain finally stopped. Her lips parted beneath his, a small sound escaping her throat that sent heat cascading through him. Nate slid his hand to the small of her back, feeling the way she arched slightly into his touch. The flannel had ridden up, just enough that his fingers found the warm skin at the edge of her lower back, sending electricity through both of them. For the first time since she'd stormed into his bookstore with her designer shoes and clipboard, Nate stopped thinking about who Bryn Wilder was supposed to be, and instead lost himself in who she actually was, right here, right now, breathing his name against his lips as the storm raged helplessly outside. Nine. Returned to sender. Bryn's eyelids fluttered open before her alarm could sound. For a single suspended moment she felt it, a lightness in her chest like misplaced helium. The sensation was so foreign that she ran a diagnostic mental check. Hangover? No. Fever? No. Her fingers drifted to her lips before she could stop them. Last night. The rain. Nate. She rolled onto her back, staring at the water stain on her apartment ceiling that vaguely resembled Australia. A smile crept across her face before she could police it away. The cheap mattress beneath her suddenly felt less punitive, the musty smell of the rental apartment less offensive. Everything seemed softer around the edges in the morning light. In the tiny kitchenette, she measured coffee grounds with unusual care. Her regular morning ritual of mentally listing all the ways Evermere's coffee options failed to meet minimum standards was absent today. Instead, her mind kept circling back to the feel of Nate's rain-damp t-shirt under her palms, the unexpected gentleness in his touch, the way his eyes had searched hers before. The coffee maker gurgled loudly, startling her out of the memory. "Get it together, Wilder," she muttered, but without the usual edge. She carried her mug to the window, watching the morning bustle in the street below. Mrs. Henderson walking her ancient corgi. The mailman making his rounds. The normal rhythms of small-town life that had once seemed so alien to her. She should check her mail. She'd been avoiding it lately, partly because bills were a new and unwelcome experience, and partly because she'd sent several unanswered letters to her mother. Bryn took a fortifying sip of coffee. Today felt different. Today, she could handle anything. The apartment building's ancient mailboxes were located in the dim entryway, their brass numbers tarnished with age. Bryn's key stuck slightly in the lock as always. Inside was the usual stack: a utilities bill, a local circular, a postcard ad for carpet cleaning, and her heart stuttered. A cream-colored envelope with her own handwriting on the front. Addressed to Elizabeth Wilder, at her mother's Beacon Hill address. Stamped across it in angry red ink, "Returned to sender." Not just returned, but clearly unopened. Bryn clutched the small stack of mail, her fingers trembling slightly as she made her way back upstairs. The lightness that had buoyed her all morning evaporated with each step, replaced by a familiar leaden feeling. Once inside, she sank down onto the floor, back against the door. She set aside the bills and junk mail, and held the returned letter, turning it over in her hands. The wax seal she'd used, an unnecessary flourish, but one that had made the gesture feel more significant, remained unbroken. Her mother hadn't even cared enough to read it. With unsteady fingers, she broke the seal herself and pulled out the letter she'd written 3 weeks ago. Dear Mom, I know we haven't spoken since the press conference. I understand why you're angry, and why the board felt they needed distance from me. Bryn winced at her own careful wording. The press conference, where she'd been publicly stripped of her position and responsibilities at Wilder Enterprises. Where she'd stood stiffly in a St. John suit and recited the careful script crafted by the PR team, accepting full responsibility for errors in judgment, without actually specifying what those errors were. What I want to say is that Evermere isn't what I expected. I'm growing here. Learning things about myself that I never would have discovered in our world. For the first time, I'm being valued for what I can contribute, not just for being Elizabeth Wilder's daughter. The words blurred as Bryn's eyes filled with unwanted tears. God, she sounded so earnest. So pathetically hopeful. She'd actually believed what she was writing, that her time in exile might be transforming her into someone better, someone who could earn her way back. I miss you. When you're ready to talk, I'll be here. Love always. Bryn. She crumpled the letter in her fist, a harsh laugh escaping her throat. Love always? Who was she kidding? In the Wilder family, love had always been conditional, on success, on public image, on never embarrassing the brand. Her mother hadn't responded to any of her calls after the scandal broke, leaving the board's punishment decisions to the legal team. And now she was literally returning Bryn's attempt at reconciliation unopened. The message couldn't be clearer: you're still in exile. Nothing has changed. Her phone buzzed somewhere in the apartment. Bryn wiped her eyes roughly with the heel of her hand and went to retrieve it from her bedside table. A text from Nate lit up her screen. Morning. Quick question about bookstock, setup schedule. Can we meet at 7 instead of 8? Forecast looks better early. Her thumb hovered over the screen. The familiar knot of tension returned to her shoulders, as last night's vulnerability now seemed horrifyingly exposed. She'd let her guard down completely. Kissed him like she could afford to care about someone. Like she actually belonged in this town, in that moment. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She started typing, then deleted whole sentences. Being deliberately cold would raise questions. But warmth would imply something she couldn't deliver. Not anymore, not with this brutal reminder in her hand of who she really was and where she stood. After 3 attempts, she settled on 7 works. I'll bring extra clipboards for the volunteers. Professional. On task. As if nothing had happened between them. Bryn placed her phone face down on the counter and walked with purpose to her closet. She pushed past the increasingly casual clothes she'd started wearing at the bookstore and reached for a slate gray sheath dress with a structured blazer. The fabric was too formal for a day of bookstock preparations, but that was precisely the point. At her vanity, she applied her makeup with surgical precision, foundation to mask any hint of emotion, brows sculpted, eyeliner sharp enough to keep people at a distance. She pulled her hair into a sleek chignon, not a strand out of place. In the mirror, the corporate warrior version of Bryn Wilder emerged, her expression coolly composed, any trace of the woman who'd melted into Nate's arms successfully erased. This is who you are, she told her reflection firmly. Don't forget it again. The Evermere version of you is just temporary make-believe. The reflection stared back, perfectly armored. Ready. Bryn arrived at the last chapter at exactly 7 a.m., not a minute early, not a minute late. Through the window, she could see Nate had already started setting up. He was wearing the faded blue t-shirt he'd lent her to change into last night, and the sight of it sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. She squared her shoulders and pushed through the door. Morning, Nate said, looking up with a smile that reached all the way to his eyes. He was holding 2 to-go cups from Brew and Browse. I grabbed you a proper coffee. Figured we both earned it after last night's weather adventure. Thank you, she said crisply, taking the cup but avoiding the brush of his fingers against hers. I've prepared an updated vendor layout, considering the weather damage to Section C. We should review it now, so we can brief the volunteers when they arrive. Nate's smile faltered. Yeah, sure. He studied her face, his brow furrowing slightly. Everything okay? Of course. Bryn pulled out her tablet with practiced efficiency. I've color-coded the booths by category. Blue for authors, green for publishers, yellow for food vendors. Bryn? She looked up, her expression professionally pleasant. Yes? He seemed about to say something important, but then his shoulders dropped slightly. Nothing. The color coding is smart. For the next hour they worked side by side, but Bryn maintained a careful bubble of space between them. When Nate tried to show her something on the register computer, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him, she smoothly stepped aside and suggested Marcy might be better equipped to handle that aspect. When he brought her a second coffee, prepared exactly how she liked it, which was disturbing in itself, she accepted it with a crisp thanks, and immediately turned her attention to reorganizing the welcome packets for the 5th time. She felt his eyes on her throughout the morning, but didn't allow herself to meet his gaze. Every time they found themselves alone, she invented a reason to pull someone else into their orbit, asking Micah about signage placement, calling Marcy over to confirm the author reading schedule. By noon, the tension was palpable. Bryn needed air. I'm heading to Bryn Browse for lunch, she announced, to no one in particular, already halfway to the door. The cafe was busier than usual with book stock, volunteers and out-of-town visitors grabbing early lunch. Bryn ordered a salad she didn't want and found a small table in the corner, hoping to blend into the background for 30 minutes of peace. No such luck. Bryn Wilder. Just the woman I was hoping to find. Eloise Granger's voice carried across the cafe with the subtlety of a foghorn. She made a beeline for Bryn's table, her trademark clipboard clutched to her chest, a paisley scarf knotted jauntily at her neck. Eloise, Bryn acknowledged with a tight smile. How's the gazebo setup coming along? Oh, marvelously, just marvelously. We've managed to salvage most of the banners, despite that dreadful rain. Nothing keeps Evermere down for long. Eloise pulled out a chair, without waiting for an invitation. Now, I heard the most interesting rumor from Patty at the salon. Apparently, the bookstock committee almost lost our permit yesterday because someone forgot to file the proper extension paperwork after the location change. Thank goodness for Nate's quick thinking, right? Bryn tensed at the mention of Nate, but kept her expression neutral. Yes, he's very resourceful. Indeed? Though I suppose problem-solving under pressure runs in your family too, Eloise continued, lowering her voice to a stage whisper. I was just reading about your family's latest PR disaster. The thing with the sustainable fashion line? Something about exploitative factories, despite the ethically made marketing? She clucked her tongue, sympathetically. Must be hard watching from the sidelines when you're used to being in the thick of damage control. Bryn's fork clattered against her plate. What? Oh, it was in the business section yesterday. Your mother's company is managing it well from what I read, though the stock took quite a hit. Eloise tilted her head. I assumed you knew, of course. Of course, Bryn echoed hollowly. Another scandal. Another hit to the Wilder name, to her mother's company, the company that should have been partly hers to protect. And here she was, arranging book displays in a town nobody cared about, while her family legacy took another blow. Well, I should check on the children's tent, Eloise said, rising. Just between us, I think you've done wonders with Bookstock this year. Who knew corporate experience would translate so well to our little town event? She patted Bryn's shoulder before bustling away. Bryn stared at her untouched salad, appetite completely gone. Nothing had changed. She was still the Wilder family disappointment, shunted off to the provinces while the real work continued without her. And worse, people like Eloise were still watching her, still connecting her to the family scandals, still seeing her as the fallen corporate princess rather than whatever she'd briefly fooled herself into thinking she could become here. She abandoned her lunch and walked back to the last chapter with her spine straight and her chin high. The moment she opened the door, she heard hushed voices from the break room. "Don't know what changed, but something's off," Nate was saying, his voice low. "Did you say something stupid?" Marcy's response was matter of fact. "No. I mean, I don't think so. Last night was..." Bryn deliberately let the front door close loudly behind her. The conversation in the break room abruptly ceased. A moment later, Marcy emerged, giving Bryn an appraising look that made her feel uncomfortably transparent. "I'll check on that book order," Marcy said, clearly an excuse to leave them alone. Nate followed her out, his hands shoved into his pockets. The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken questions. Bryn busied herself with organizing pamphlets that were already perfectly aligned. "Did I do something wrong?" Nate finally asked. The directness of the question caught her off guard. She looked up, briefly meeting his eyes before returning to the pamphlets. "Of course not. I'm just focused on making Bookstock perfect." "Right?" A muscle twitched in his jaw. "Because yesterday you weren't focused on that at all." The edge in his voice was new, and it sparked an answering flare of irritation in her chest. Good. Anger was easier than whatever complicated mess of feelings had been threatening to overwhelm her all day. Yesterday was, she searched for the right word, an aberration. We got caught up in the moment. The storm, the stress of the preparations. It happens. An aberration, he repeated flatly. We have a professional relationship, Nate. A temporary one. I think it's best if we remember that. His eyes narrowed. Interesting timing to suddenly remember that. Right after? I need to check these inventory lists, she interrupted, turning away. We should have the welcome bags ready for the early registration tonight. She felt rather than saw him step back, creating more physical space between them. Whatever you say, Ms. Wilder. The formality cut deeper than she wanted to admit. For the next hour, she immersed herself in the mindless task of shelving returns, working her way methodically through the store. In the classics section, her elbow accidentally caught a display, sending several books tumbling to the floor. As she knelt to gather them, she recognized the dog-eared cover of the romance paperback she and Nate had been passing back and forth, annotating with their observations. Despite her better judgment, she flipped it open. His handwriting was surprisingly neat, with angular letters that slanted slightly forward. She traced a finger over his most recent note, scribbled in the margin beside a particularly dramatic reconciliation scene, starting to think real stories are more complicated than these. Her throat tightened unexpectedly. When had he written that? Before or after last night? You're doing that thing again. Bryn startled, nearly dropping the book. Micah stood at the end of the aisle, arms folded across his chest, a knowing look on his young face. What thing? She stood quickly, shoving the paperback back onto the shelf. The thing where you act like you're already gone. He tilted his head, studying her with uncomfortable perception. Like you're mentally packing your bags while pretending everything's normal. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied stiffly. Sure you do. You've got the same look my mom had before she left for Seattle. All buttoned up and distant, like she was practicing not being here anymore. He shrugged. Just saying? Bryn's carefully constructed facade wavered. Maybe I should be, she said, the words escaping before she could filter them. Maybe? Micah pushed off from the bookshelf he'd been leaning against. Or maybe running is what you're good at. He turned and walked away, leaving her with the uncomfortable weight of his observation. The afternoon crept by with excruciating slowness. Bryn maintained her professional demeanor with military discipline, speaking when necessary and working efficiently, but otherwise retreating into herself. She volunteered for tasks that kept her out of Nate's immediate orbit, inventory counts in the storage room, coordinating with vendors by phone, anything that minimized their interaction. When closing time finally arrived, she deliberately stayed busy until the last possible moment. She rearranged the registered display, wiped down the counters, double-checked the bookstock supply bins, all while acutely aware of Nate's presence as he cashed out the register and locked the rear entrance. Eventually, she couldn't delay any longer. She gathered her blazer and purse, preparing to make a quick exit. But when she turned, Nate was leaning against the doorframe that led to the street, clearly waiting for her. The overhead lights were dimmed for closing, casting half his face in shadow. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his flannel shirt, revealing the forearms she'd clung to last night in the rain. The memory sent an unwelcome shiver through her. "About last night," he began, his voice low. "We should focus on bookstock," she cut him off, her tone crisp and professional. "It's tomorrow, after all. I've prepared a final checklist for the morning setup, including contingency plans for additional weather issues." She held out a neatly organized folder, maintaining careful distance between them. Nate didn't take the folder. Instead, he studied her face for a long, uncomfortable moment. "You know, I've seen a lot of versions of you since you arrived in Evermere," he said finally. "The corporate ice queen. The reluctant community service volunteer. The surprisingly good bookseller. The woman who stays up late, debating 19th century literature and laughs at herself when she burns the coffee." He took a step closer. "But this version, the one who pretends nothing matters and nothing touches her, this is the only one I don't believe." Bryn felt her carefully constructed armor developing hairline fractures. She straightened her shoulders, reinforcing the walls. "Believe what you want. We have a job to do tomorrow, and that's what I'm focused on. Right?" He stepped aside, clearing her path to the door. "See you at 7. 7, she confirmed, her voice steady even as her insides twisted. She walked past him, careful not to let their shoulders brush. Outside, the evening air was cool against her flushed cheeks. She paused for just a moment, catching her reflection in the darkened bookstore window. The woman staring back at her was immaculately put together, not a hair out of place, posture perfect, expression composed. Exactly as she'd intended. But there was something wrong with her eyes. They looked hollow, almost haunted. Not the eyes of someone in control at all, but of someone barely holding the pieces together. She turned away quickly and started walking, her heels clicking a decisive rhythm against the sidewalk as she left the last chapter behind. "10. Ghost Shelf Confessions." The banners swayed gently in the late afternoon breeze, cheerful splashes of color that somehow managed to irritate Nate as he watched them flutter above the Evermere Commons. He shifted his weight, leaning against the oak tree that had been his refuge at town events since childhood, and tried not to stare at Bryn across the square. She was in her element, or at least, what he imagined had once been her element. Perfect posture, animated but controlled hand gestures, that practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes. The small cluster of potential sponsors nodded along as she outlined something on the clipboard she carried. Probably budget projections or marketing opportunities. He couldn't hear her from this distance, but he could imagine the smooth, confident tone. The corporate language that had begun to slip away during their weeks together, now firmly back in place like armor. 3 nights ago she'd been drenched in rain, laughing as they salvaged waterlogged book displays. 3 nights ago, her hair had been wild around her face as she'd looked up at him, vulnerability written in every feature. 3 nights ago her lips had been warm against his, hesitant at first, then certain. Today she might as well be a stranger. "You gonna stand here brooding all afternoon, or actually help set up?" Marcy appeared at his elbow, carrying a box of hand-stamped bookmarks. "I'm supervising," Nate said, not taking his eyes off Bryn. Marcy followed his gaze. "Ah? Supervising her, you mean?" "She's good at this part," he admitted, watching Bryn shake hands with Evermere's bank manager. "Corporate schmoozing. Unlike some people I could mention." Marcy nudged him. "Come on. The big tent needs another set of hands, and your glowering is scaring the volunteers." Nate reluctantly pushed away from the tree. "I don't glower." You've been auditioning for Heathcliff all afternoon. She thrust the box into his hands. Less brooding, more helping. Whatever's going on between you two, fix it before tomorrow. Bookstock's too important to get derailed by romantic drama. There's no, Nate started, but Marcy was already walking away, calling instructions to the high school volunteers attempting to erect the children's storytime tent. He cast one more glance at Bryn. She was laughing at something the bank manager said, head tilted at just the right angle, sunlight catching in her hair. She didn't look his way once. The final planning meeting was held in the bookstore after closing. The conference table cluttered with layout diagrams and vendor applications. The buzz of excited conversation filled the room as committee members checked their assignments for the festival, now just one day away. Eloise Granger stood at the head of the table, her clipboard raised like a conductor's baton. And the local author showcase is fully booked, she announced. 14 readings over 6 hours, which Micah assures me is the perfect pace to avoid audience fatigue. Gotta leave time for bathroom breaks and impulse purchases, Micah confirmed from his spot near the door. Nobody buys books when they're desperate to pee. The room laughed, but Nate watched Bryn check her watch for the third time in 15 minutes. She sat across from him, her posture perfect but detached. When she contributed, her comments were brief and practical, none of the passionate ideas she'd shared during their late-night planning sessions. Bryn, Eloise said, turning her attention to the next item. You're handling author introductions, yes? Any special needs from our literary luminaries? Bryn looked up, blinking as if she'd been miles away. Sorry, what? Eloise's smile remained fixed, but her eyebrow twitched. Author introductions? The bios you were collecting? Right, Bryn said, shuffling through her folder without meeting anyone's eye. I have most of them, but there's a call I need to make. Can we circle back to this? Before Eloise could respond, Bryn was up, gathering her things with efficient movements. Sorry, she said to the room at large. Important call. East Coast time difference. I'll email everything tonight. The door closed behind her before Nate could process what had happened. Eloise turned to him, eyebrows raised in expectation. Nate, perhaps you can cover this section since you two have been working so closely. He nodded, trying to ignore the speculative looks from around the table. Sure. I've got it covered. The meeting dragged on another 40 minutes, but Bryn never returned. Nate found himself filling in details she would have known better, making promises he wasn't sure he could keep without her help. Each minute that passed hollowed out something in his chest that he wasn't ready to examine. As the committee members filed out, chattering about final preparations, Micah hung back. He waited until the room was empty before perching on the edge of the table near Nate, who was gathering scattered papers. So, Micah said, his usual sarcasm absent. What did you do? Nate glanced up. What? To Bryn? Micah's eyes were uncharacteristically serious. Whatever's going on with you two, fix it before tomorrow. Nothing's going on, Nate said, stacking papers with more force than necessary. She's just busy. Or important. Or importantly busy. Micah snorted. Right? And I'm secretly a 60-year-old literature professor. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. She's doing that thing rich people do when they're about to bail. Nate's hand stilled. What thing? The checklist exit. Micah counted off on his fingers. 1. Start speaking like a press release instead of a person. 2. Physically distance from anyone who might make leaving harder. 3. Manufacture urgency around external obligations. He gave Nate a pointed look. Ring any bells? It rang too many bells, and the sound was deafening. She's not leaving, Nate said, but uncertainty made the words flat. She still has community service hours to complete. Yeah, because rich people never find ways out of legal consequences. Micah rolled his eyes. Look, I don't know what happened between you guys, but she was actually starting to care about this place. About the festival. A beat of hesitation. About you. You don't know what you're talking about, Nate said, but the protest sounded weak even to his own ears. Whatever, Micah stood up. I'm just saying, if you don't fix this before tomorrow, you'll be delivering those author intros yourself. He paused at the door. And probably explaining to Eloise why her star volunteer ghosted Bookstock. The door closed behind him, leaving Nate alone with a mess of papers and the uncomfortable truth that Micah might be right. Nate didn't actively look for Bryn after the meeting, but he found himself checking the usual places she might be. The new releases table she liked to rearrange, the coffee station she'd organized by preparation time, the quiet corner by poetry where she sometimes retreated when the store was busy. He finally spotted her in the biography section, ostensibly reorganizing the shelves, but really just sliding books around without purpose. She'd take one out, stare at the cover, and place it back in almost the same spot. Her movements were mechanical, her attention clearly elsewhere. He watched her for a moment, noting the tension in her shoulders and the careful way she'd positioned herself in a section of the store he rarely frequented. Her hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail, all business, but a few strands had escaped to frame her face. She tucked them back repeatedly, with an irritated gesture he recognized from her most stressed days. Nate moved closer, his footsteps deliberately audible on the creaking floorboards. She didn't turn around. "So we're just not going to talk about it?" he finally asked, his voice quiet but firm. Bryn started, the book in her hands, some politician's memoir, tumbling to the floor with a dull thud. She bent to retrieve it, using the moment to compose herself before straightening. "Sorry, didn't see you there," she said, voice pleasant but distant. "Did Eloise need something else for tomorrow? I sent over the author bios 20 minutes ago." She slid the book back onto the shelf, her movements precise. "I also confirmed the sound equipment rental. It'll be delivered at 7 a.m., and I've arranged for—" "Not the festival," Nate cut her off. "Us. That night. Whatever happened to make you start treating me like a stranger again?" Something flickered across her face, pain, fear, he couldn't quite read it before her expression smoothed again. "I'm not sure what you mean," she said, moving down the shelf as if they were discussing business. "We've both been busy with the festival. It's a big undertaking." Nate stepped into her path, not touching her but making it impossible for her to continue pretend shelving. "Bryn?" She sighed, finally meeting his eyes. "What do you want me to say, Nate? That we got caught up in a moment? That we were tired and wet and it was emotionally charged?" She made it sound like a market analysis. "These things happen. It doesn't have to mean anything." "Doesn't have to, or you don't want it to?" Bryn's professional mask slipped for a moment, revealing something raw before she visibly rebuilt her walls. "There is no us, Nate," she said, her voice careful and controlled. "There's just me finishing my community service, and you running your bookstore. The other night was—" she paused, searching for the right corporate euphemism, a temporary lapse in judgment. The dismissive words hit Nate harder than he expected, a physical ache spreading beneath his ribs. 3 nights ago, she'd looked at him like he was someone worth seeing. Now she wouldn't even acknowledge what had happened between them. He stepped closer, lowering his voice though they were alone in the stacks. "I don't believe you," he challenged. "Something happened after that night. Someone said something, or—" He stopped when he saw her expression change at his guess. "What was it, Bryn?" She tried to move past him, clutching a book to her chest like a shield. "I need to finish these shelves before tomorrow. We can talk about the festival logistics if you want, but otherwise?" Nate shifted, gently blocking her exit without touching her. "The truth for once," he insisted. "No corporate spin. No perfect Wilder brand statement." The mention of her family name made her flinch visibly. "Please move," she said, her voice tight. "Not until you tell me what changed," he said. "One minute we were connecting, and the next you're acting like I'm just another business acquaintance. I deserve to know why." "You deserve?" Something hardened in her eyes. "That's rich coming from you. You decided who I was the minute I walked into your store. That's not fair." "Isn't it?" She laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Poor little rich girl, playing small-town dress-up until she gets bored and goes home to her penthouse. Her voice took on a mocking quality. That's what you thought, isn't it? What you probably still think. I never said. You didn't have to say it. It was written all over your face. She tried again to move past him. Now please let me go. The truth, he repeated, softer this time. Something happened, Bryn. And whatever it is, it's eating you alive. She stared at him for a long moment, something warring behind her eyes. Then her shoulders sagged slightly. You want the truth, she finally snapped, her careful control cracking. The truth is, I don't belong here. I never did. Her voice trembled slightly. My own mother returned my apology letter unopened. Nate blinked, thrown by the unexpected admission. What? I wrote to her weeks ago. Tried to explain my side of things. Make peace. Bryn's laugh was brittle. It came back marked, return to sender. She couldn't even be bothered to read it. The pain in her voice was so raw it made Nate's chest ache. I'm sorry, he said quietly. This, she gestured between them, whatever this is, it's just part of my punishment tour. A detour before I go back to real life. She swallowed hard. I was stupid to think it could be anything else. Nate absorbed the blow, then pushed further, needing all of it now that she was finally talking. And the scandal? The one everyone dances around but never explains? When she hesitated, he added more softly, I'd rather hear it from you than Eloise's gossip chain. Bryn stared at him for a long moment, something like resignation crossing her features. Then she moved to the reading nook tucked between biography and history, sinking into one of the worn armchairs. Nate followed, taking the seat across from her. I caught them cooking the books, she said finally, her voice flat. Wilder Lifestyle Imports, the manufacturing arm of the company. My cousin Philip was routing production to unregistered factories, falsifying labor certifications, and pocketing the difference. Nate listened in silence as she continued. Our whole brand was built on ethical luxury. My grandfather's entire philosophy was that beautiful things shouldn't come from ugly practices. Her hands twisted in her lap. When I found the discrepancies, I went to my mother first. Thought we could handle it internally, protect the brand while fixing the problem. But she didn't help, Nate guessed. Bryn's smile was bitter. She told Philip. Gave him time to cover his tracks and plant evidence implicating me. She looked down at her hands. By the time I realized what was happening, the narrative was established. Ambitious daughter tries to frame innocent cousin for her own profit scheme. They framed you, Nate said slowly. Your own family. I became the perfect scapegoat, she concluded bitterly. Young, female, and ambitious, clearly I must be the problem. She shook her head. The board offered me a way out, take a leave of absence, do some public penance, and they'd let me come back in a reduced capacity once the scandal blew over. And your community service here? That was their idea? My lawyers, actually. She thought a small town would be less intense than New York or LA, Bryn's voice was tired. Somewhere I could serve my time without paparazzi breathing down my neck. When she finished, the silence between them felt heavier than before. Nate tried to process everything she'd told him, seeing the past months in an entirely new light. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? He finally asked, his voice low. Her answer cut deeper than everything else. Because you already decided who I was the moment I walked in. Rich girl, corporate princess, temporary problem. She looked at him directly, challenge in her eyes. Would it really have made a difference? The question hung between them, and Nate felt the weight of his early judgments pressing down on him. He'd been so quick to dismiss her, to assume the worst about her character and intentions. Even as he'd begun to see beyond his first impression, he'd held onto that initial judgment like a shield. I guess we'll never know, he said quietly, standing up and walking away, leaving her alone in the reading nook, neither of them sure how to bridge the new distance between them. He made it halfway across the store before stopping, surrounded by shelves of stories about people facing moments of truth. Every fiber of him wanted to go back, to tell her she was wrong, that knowing would have changed everything. But part of him knew she was right. He judged her unfairly from the start. Had he ever really given her a chance to be herself? Or had he just waited for her to conform to his expectations, one way or the other? The store felt suddenly too small, the weight of their conversation pressing in on him. He grabbed his keys from behind the counter, called a quick goodnight to Marcy who was closing up, and stepped out into the evening air. The Commons was transformed for tomorrow's festival, canopies and booths standing ready under the darkening sky. The banner they'd hung together fluttered across the gazebo, Bookstock, where stories come alive. He stared at it for a long moment, remembering her laugh as they'd struggled to hang it in the rain, the way she'd insisted the exclamation point was essential. Bookstock with no exclamation point is just an inventory count, she'd argued. Bookstock is a celebration. Nate turned away, hands shoved in his pockets, and headed home with no idea how they'd get through tomorrow's festival with this new wall between them, or if she'd even show up at all. "11. Fiction returns. Bryn woke at dawn, sleep deserting her long before her alarm. The quiet of the apartment felt oppressive, like the air had been sucked out of the room. 3 weeks in Evermere and the place still didn't feel like hers, the generic furniture, the plain walls, the sense of impermanence that clung to everything. She'd laid 2 outfits on the bed during her middle-of-the-night pacing. Her Calvin Klein power suit in steel gray with the crimson silk blouse that made her skin glow, and a simple white sundress with tiny blue flowers that she'd bought on impulse at Thistle and Thorn last week. The proprietor had complimented how the color brought out her eyes. No one in her old life would recognize her in it. Her packed suitcase sat by the door. Ready. Waiting. An escape hatch. The morning sunlight caught the edge of her mother's rejected letter on the nightstand. The familiar handwriting on the envelope, returned to sender, hadn't lost its sting. 3 words that confirmed what she already knew: she wasn't welcome back in the fold. Not that she wanted to be. Or did she? She ran her fingers along the crisp lapel of the suit. It felt like armor, like the person she used to be. The sundress was softer, uncertain. New? With a sigh, she picked up her phone, thumb hovering over her mother's contact information. What would she even say? Sorry I ruined the family brand by calling out Dad's offshore accounts? Sorry I watched our stock plummet when the scandal broke? Sorry I wasn't the corporate puppet you raised me to be. Instead, she scrolled to her recent texts. Micah had sent 3 messages about Bookstock preparations, each more frantic than the last. Hey corporate, did you get the banner from the printer? Eloise is freaking about the author table setup. SOS, the sound system is possessed. Bryn's thumb hovered over the keyboard. She should reply. They were counting on her. But the weight of yesterday's confrontation with Nate still pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. I could just disappear. They'd manage without me. She set the phone down, her movements slow and heavy as she walked to the kitchenette and made coffee. The cheap machine gurgled and hissed, nothing like the sleek espresso maker that used to grace her Manhattan apartment's marble countertop. She'd complained about this coffee maker her first week here. Now the familiar sounds were almost comforting. She was pouring her first cup when a sharp knock rattled her door. For one wild moment she thought it might be Nate, but when she peered through the peephole, Marcy stared back, arms crossed. Bryn hesitated before turning the lock. I wasn't expecting visitors. Marcy's eyes went immediately to the suitcase, not even pretending to be surprised. Figured you'd try to run. She invited herself in, settling onto the couch with the confidence of someone who'd already decided how this conversation would go. Nice place. Very temporary. I'm not running, Bryn lied, crossing her arms defensively. I'm making a strategic exit. My time here has been educational, but clearly my presence is causing more problems than it's solving. Aha. Marcy's expression remained neutral. You always talk like a corporate press release when you're bullshitting. Heat climbed Bryn's neck. I'm being practical. The bookstore doesn't need me anymore. I've organized the accounting system, streamlined the inventory process, and the book stock planning is nearly complete. So you're leaving because all the boxes are checked? Marcy raised an eyebrow. That's some great rationalization, Wilder. It's not? You're not leaving because it makes sense, Marcy cut in, her voice softening just enough to take the edge off her words. You're leaving because you're scared. The truth of it knocked the air from Bryn's lungs. She sat heavily on the arm of the couch, coffee forgotten. Marcy stood, wandering the small apartment with casual interest. She touched the spine of a book on the side table, ran a finger along the windowsill, examined the single-framed photo Bryn had unpacked, herself at 22, fresh out of business school, standing between her smiling parents at the ribbon cutting of a new Wilder lifestyle store. You know what happens if you leave today? Marcy asked, still studying the photo. Bryn didn't answer. Running means proving Nate right about you. Marcy turned, her expression serious. Running means proving your family right about you. Running means you never find out what you could have built here. Each statement landed like a physical blow. Bryn had spent a lifetime trying to prove herself, to her father, to the board members, to business publications that questioned whether she'd earned her position. She'd worked twice as hard as anyone else, stayed twice as late, prepared twice as much. And in the end, none of it had mattered. She'd still been the sacrificial lamb when things went south. Why do you care if I stay? Bryn finally asked, her voice smaller than she intended. Marcy sighed. You've got this idea that nobody notices what you do, that you're invisible unless you're perfect or useful. But we see you, Bryn. The real you, not just the Wilder heiress or whatever. Nate doesn't, Bryn said, immediately regretting the admission. Nate sees you more clearly than anyone. Marcy headed for the door. That's why he's so angry. You matter to him. The words hung between them, impossible to dismiss, impossible to fully believe. At the threshold, Marcy paused. For what it's worth, I didn't like you much at first. But the Bryn who reorganized our finances and stayed late to help elderly customers find the perfect books? She's worth showing up for. She closed the door quietly behind her. Bryn walked to the window, watching Marcy cross the street toward the bookstore. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, letting Marcy's words sink into the cracks of her carefully constructed defenses. Worth showing up for. When was the last time someone had thought that about her? Not for what she could do or what she represented, but for who she was. With a deep breath, she turned back to her bedroom, where the two outfits still waited. Bryn arrived at the Evermere Commons an hour later than planned. She'd chosen the sundress, but kept her makeup and hair perfect. A compromise between armor and authenticity that felt strangely right. The town square buzzed with activity, transformed from its usual sleepy charm into a vibrant festival ground. Colorful booths lined the perimeter, hand-painted banners stretched between lampposts, and the air smelled of fresh coffee and the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls from the bakery's stand. She barely had time to take it in before Eloise descended, clipboard raised like a weapon. There you are. We've been calling you for an hour. Eloise's perfectly coiffed silver hair somehow remained immobile despite her agitation. The author signing table needs rearranging, the children's tent lost their storyteller monkey puppet, and the sound system keeps making this awful feedback noise that sounds like a cat being murdered. Bryn took the clipboard Eloise thrust at her, scanning the detailed schedule. I'll handle the author table and sound system. Maybe Micah can help with the puppet situation? Already on it, Eloise narrowed her eyes. Are you all right? You look different. Self-consciously, Bryn smoothed the sundress. I'm fine. Let's focus on getting everything ready. She spent the next hour arranging chairs near the small stage, testing microphones, and coordinating with the local authors slated to speak. The work was straightforward, almost soothing in its simplicity. But every few minutes, she caught glimpses of Nate across the bustling square. He was directing volunteers, carrying boxes of books to the sales tent, chatting easily with townspeople. Each time their eyes might meet, one of them looked away first, a careful dance of avoidance that felt both necessary and painful. She noticed he was wearing a button-down shirt instead of his usual flannel, the sleeves rolled up to reveal his forearms. The detail made her heart twist unexpectedly. He dressed up for this. It mattered to him. Bryn? Eloise's voice cut through her thoughts. We have a disaster. Of course we do, Bryn thought, but hurried over. What's wrong? Margaret Chen just called. Food poisoning, she can't make the opening speech. Eloise clutched her phone, panic tightening her features. She was going to talk about the heart of community reading and kick off the festival. People are already gathering, and we have no opener. Bryn scanned the square. The crowd was indeed growing, many faces now familiar from the bookstore, from Brew and Browse, from her daily walks through town. What about Nate? She suggested, knowing even as she said it that it was a bad idea. Public speaking gives him hives, Eloise dismissed. Marcy's voice doesn't carry, and I need to manage the logistics. We need someone articulate, someone with presence, someone who can make a connection with the audience. Eloise's eyes locked onto Bryn, a calculating look replacing her panic. Someone exactly like you. No, Bryn's stomach dropped. Absolutely not. It's 15 minutes tops, Eloise pleaded. Just welcome everyone, say something inspirational about books and community, and introduce the first panel. You must have done a million corporate presentations, this is cake compared to that. Bryn shook her head. Those were rehearsed, prepared, about products and forecasts. This is personal. Terrifying. Exactly what I've been avoiding. Fine. Eloise threw up her hands. I'll find someone else. Maybe Mrs. Harrington from the quilting circle. She's only partially deaf and occasionally coherent. Bryn watched Eloise scurry away, clipboard flapping frantically. The crowd continued to grow, excitement humming in the air. Children darted between adults, balloons tied to their wrists. Elderly couples settled onto benches with programs spread across their laps. And there, setting up the last row of chairs, was Nate, his shoulders tense even from this distance. For weeks, she'd been so careful not to reveal too much, not to be too vulnerable. She'd shared glimpses of herself, in her work, in quiet moments over coffee, in accidental confidences during late nights at the store. But never all of her, never the whole messy truth. Her mouth moved before her brain could catch up. I can do it. Eloise spun around. What? I said I can do it. The word surprised her as much as everyone else. The opening speech. I'll handle it. 20 minutes later, Bryn stood behind the small stage, trying to calm her racing thoughts. This wasn't a corporate presentation with rehearsed talking points or slick slides. She had no script, no data to hide behind, just the truth she'd been avoiding. Her hand shook slightly as she smoothed down her dress. What am I even going to say? Through a gap in the makeshift curtain, she spotted a familiar figure reluctantly entering the back of the crowd. Nate stood with his arms crossed, expression unreadable from this distance. His presence was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. You're up in 2 minutes, Eloise whispered, making a final adjustment to the microphone height. Bryn nodded, her throat suddenly dry. She'd given speeches to rooms of investors worth billions, to media outlets broadcasting to millions. Why did this small-town gathering terrify her so much more? Because it matters. Because they matter. Because for the first time, I'm not playing a role. And now, Eloise's voice rang out from the stage, to open our annual Bookstock celebration, please welcome Bryn Wilder. Taking a deep breath, Bryn stepped into the sunshine. The applause felt surreal as she approached the microphone, scanning the sea of faces, many now familiar from weeks of ringing up their purchases, suggesting titles, or simply exchanging smiles on the street. Her practiced corporate smile faltered. These people had already seen past her facade. What was the point in maintaining it now? Thank you, she began, her voice steadier than she felt. If you'd told me a month ago that I'd be standing here today, I would have? She paused, setting aside her mental note cards. Well, I probably would have asked where Evermere was and why anyone would voluntarily attend something called Bookstock. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Encouraged, she continued. But here I am. And here you all are. A community that comes together to celebrate stories, ideas, and the magic that happens when you open a book and find yourself in its pages. The words started to flow more naturally as she relaxed into the moment. I came to Evermere because I had to. I stayed because... She hesitated, searching for the right words. Because of the last chapter. Because of all of you who come in looking for comfort or adventure or answers, and trust us to help you find it. Her gaze drifted to Nate, who was no longer at the back but had moved closer, listening intently. She couldn't read his expression, but he didn't look away this time. Books were my first escape, then my hiding place, and finally my mirror, she continued, her voice softening. The last chapter became my punishment, then my project, and somehow my home. Her voice caught on the last word, the truth of it surprising her. When had this happened? When had this small town with its quirky bookstore and stubborn principled people worked their way under her skin? I came to Evermere thinking it was temporary, she admitted, looking directly at Nate now. I was wrong about that, and about a lot of things. Sunlight caught in her eyes, momentarily blinding her. When her vision cleared, she saw the crowd differently, not as strangers or customers, but as individuals who had, whether they knew it or not, helped rebuild something she thought was broken beyond repair. So today isn't just about celebrating books, she finished. It's about celebrating the community that forms around them. The connections we make when we share stories. The way we learn to see ourselves and each other more clearly, more compassionately, through the pages we turn together. She stepped back from the microphone as applause filled the square. Her heart hammered in her chest, but for once the feeling wasn't panic, it was something closer to release. As she descended the small steps from the stage on shaking legs but with straight shoulders, her eyes found Nate's again. The distance between them remained, but something had shifted. Not forgiveness, not yet resolution, but the first honest step toward whatever came next. For the first time since arriving in Evermere, Bryn felt fully present in a moment that was entirely her own. "12. Reshelved." Nate's shoulders ached as he hoisted another box of unsold books into Marcy's trunk. Around him, the Evermere Commons hummed with the bustling energy of post-event cleanup, volunteers dismantling booths, folding tables, and sweeping up the inevitable wake of paper scraps that followed any bookish gathering. Sunset painted the square in soft amber, and food vendors were packing up their wares, the last wisps of coffee steam and cinnamon scents fading into the evening air. The event had gone well, better than expected. The community had shown up in force, sales had been robust, and the readings had drawn actual crowds rather than the usual pity audiences of 3 retirees and someone's confused grandmother. By any measure, Bookstock had been a success. So why did he feel like he'd lost something? Bryn's speech from earlier kept replaying in his head. Not the polished delivery, though that had been impressive, but the vulnerability beneath it. The way her voice had softened when she talked about finding stories that felt like coming home. How she'd stumbled over community with a catch in her throat that no professional speaking coach would have approved. "Earth to Nate," Marcy's voice cut through his thoughts. "You planning to stand there and bond with that last box, or can I have it?" He blinked, realizing he'd been standing motionless, arms wrapped around the final carton of remaindered paperbacks. "Sorry?" he mumbled, sliding it into the trunk beside the others. Marcy closed the trunk with a solid thunk that sounded oddly final. She leaned against her car, arms crossed, studying his face with the same analytical intensity she applied to ordering inventory. "She'll be at the store," she said without preamble. "What?" Nate feigned confusion badly. "Bryn? She'll be at the store." Marcy rolled her eyes with such force that Nate wondered if she'd strained something. For a man who alphabetizes for a living, you're terrible at organizing your feelings. Go fix it. I don't know what you're. Save it, Marcy cut him off. I've watched you two dance around each other for weeks. You're miserable, she's trying not to be, and frankly, it's exhausting for the rest of us. She opened her driver's side door. Don't make me do the best friend speech about not letting good things slip away. It's cliché, and we both hate that section of the bookstore. Before he could formulate a defense, she'd slipped behind the wheel and backed away, leaving him standing alone in the thinning crowd, his reflection warped in the glossy surface of a nearby booth. The walk to the last chapter seemed to stretch longer than usual. Every step gave Nate time to rehearse and discard potential opening lines. I was wrong sounded too simplistic. We need to talk was the conversational equivalent of a death sentence. I can't stop thinking about you, veered too far into territory he wasn't ready to map. By the time the familiar storefront came into view, its windows glowing warmly in the deepening dusk, he'd cycled through a dozen approaches and settled on precisely none. Through the glass he spotted her, alone inside, methodically reorganizing the display table they'd hastily emptied for bookstock materials yesterday. She changed from her event clothes into a simple sundress, practical but pretty. Her hair was pulled back loosely, a few strands falling forward as she bent to arrange a stack of novels. Her movements were careful, deliberate, the same precision he'd watched her develop over weeks of shelving and sorting. As he observed her through the window, Nate realized this care had become something he counted on. Expected. Maybe even needed. Her face and profile showed concentration but also a softness, a quiet determination he'd come to recognize and admire. This wasn't the woman who'd walked into his store with designer luggage and thinly veiled contempt. This was someone who'd earned her place here. Someone who'd earned more than his stubborn silence. He hesitated at the door, key in hand. The familiar weight of it pressed into his palm, a small, solid reminder that this place was his responsibility. His home. And lately, with her in it, it had felt more like home than it had in years. The bell announced his entry with a cheerful jingle that made Bryn look up, surprise flickering across her features before settling into something more guarded. Hope, maybe. Or caution. A complicated mixture of both. They stood in awkward silence, separated by the length of the store, until both began speaking at once. I wanted to? Your speech was? They stopped. A small, shared smile broke the tension. Nate gestured for her to continue, but she shook her head, waiting. Your speech today, he began again, moving slowly toward her, each step measured, made me realize I've been unfair. The words felt stiff, inadequate. He pushed on anyway. I decided who you were before I knew you, then got angry when you lived up to the person I invented. He stopped a few feet away, close enough to see her eyes widen slightly at his honesty. Close enough to notice she'd been biting her lower lip, a nervousness he'd never associated with her until now. I was so busy trying to prove I wasn't who you thought I was, Bryn responded, her corporate polish completely absent, that I never showed you who I actually am. She ran a hand along the spines of the books she'd just arranged, a nervous gesture. I'm still figuring that out myself. I think you know more than you're letting on, Nate said softly. He nodded toward the books she'd been organizing. Fiction arranged not by author but by theme, an intuitive system she'd started experimenting with weeks ago. Maybe? A half smile tugged at her mouth. Or maybe I'm just getting better at faking it. No. The word came out more forcefully than he'd intended. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I assumed every move you made was calculated or fake. But you're not a performance, Bryn. You're a person. And I should have seen that sooner. As they talked, they gravitated closer, the display table between them becoming their shared workspace as they unconsciously began organizing books together, a dance they'd practiced for weeks. His hands knew where to place the next title, hers automatically reached for the bookmark display. Their fingers occasionally brushed against each other's, the contact lingering a beat longer each time. I've spent most of my professional life being a performance, Bryn admitted. She straightened the edge of a novel with unnecessary precision. The perfect Wilder daughter. The ideal brand ambassador. Always camera ready, always on message. She glanced up, meeting his gaze directly. It's strange to realize I don't actually know who I am without all that. I think you're figuring it out pretty well. Nate arranged a paperback with its cover facing outward. That's what your speech showed me. When you talked about the bookstore becoming your home, it hit me that, he paused, steeling himself for the vulnerability. It's become more of a home since you've been here. The admission cost him, but her expression, surprise melting into something warmer, made it worth the price. Even with all the coffee I've ruined? She asked, a lightness in her tone that didn't quite mask the genuine question underneath. Especially with the ruined coffee, he countered. It gave me an excuse to finally upgrade the machine. I thought you were philosophically opposed to upgrades. I'm evolving. He shrugged, fighting a smile. Slowly. Painfully. Like a very reluctant caterpillar. Her laugh was soft but genuine. That's quite an image. They worked in comfortable tandem for several minutes. The familiar rhythm of organizing books together, soothing the lingering awkwardness between them. Nate found himself stealing glances at her, the concentration in her eyes, the slight furrow between her brows when she considered where to place a particular title, the subtle curve of her neck as she bent to adjust a lower shelf. Small details he'd been noticing for weeks without admitting how much they mattered. Standing side by side now, they finished the display together. Bryn placed the final book, a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice that had somehow survived decades of readings, then turned to face him fully. I'm not leaving Evermere, she said quietly. The declaration hung between them, weighted with meaning. I'm not legally required to be here anymore, she said quietly. Haven't been for weeks now. But I'm staying in Evermere. Nate's heartbeat quickened. Before what? He asked softly, finally allowing himself to show how much he wanted her answer. Rather than speaking, Bryn rose slightly on her toes and kissed him, hesitant at first, just the gentlest press of her lips against his. When his arms wrapped around her waist, drawing her closer, her hesitation dissolved into certainty. Her hand slid up to his shoulders, steady and warm, anchoring them both. The kiss deepened, months of tension and misunderstanding and growing affection converging in this moment. Her body fit against his like she belonged there, and maybe she did. Maybe they'd been gradually making space for each other all along. When they finally broke apart, Nate kept his arms loosely around her waist, unwilling to step away just yet. Bryn's cheeks were flushed, her smile both shy and pleased. You know, she said, smoothing a hand over his shirt collar, when I first came here, I thought this place was a punishment. It kind of was, he reminded her with a raised eyebrow. Yes, well. She tilted her head in acknowledgement. Not my finest hour. But now? Now it feels like somewhere I was meant to find. She glanced around the store, taking in the shelves they'd organized together, the displays they'd argued over, the corners they'd slowly transformed. It feels like a beginning instead of a dead end, she added softly. Nate felt something ease in his chest, a tightness he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. I liked the sound of that. They puttered around the store together, closing up for the night. Nate watched as Bryn straightened chairs and balanced the register with the same care she'd once reserved for her designer accessories. She seemed more at home in her own skin now, still elegant, still particular, but grounded in a way she hadn't been when she first arrived. So, she said later as he locked the front door, her voice carrying a hint of her old corporate precision, what exactly is this between us? Nate turned the key, listening to the familiar click of the lock engaging. Then he took her hand, linking their fingers together. I don't know yet, he admitted honestly. There was a time when that uncertainty would have terrified him. Now it felt like possibility. But I'm thinking it's like that annotated romance novel. We're still writing notes in the margins, figuring out the story as we go. She smiled at that, squeezing his hand as they walked out into the evening, neither rushing to label what they'd found, but both committed to discovering it together. The streetlights had come on along the main drag of Evermere, casting pools of warm light on the sidewalk. In the distance, the last of the bookstock cleanup crew was dispersing from the commons, their voices carrying faintly on the night air. Nate felt a sense of belonging that went beyond his connection to the bookstore or even to the town. It was a belongingness anchored in the woman beside him, in her journey, her resilience, and the unexpected gift of her presence in his life. "What are you thinking?" Bryn asked, noticing his thoughtful expression. "That I still don't like your corporate filing system," he said deadpan. She laughed, nudging his shoulder with hers. "And I still think your coffee machine belongs in a museum." "We'll work on it," he promised, and meant it, not just the coffee or the filing, but all of it. The complications, the compromises, the careful building of something neither of them had expected to find. As they walked together through the quiet streets of Evermere, Nate realized that what had started as an obligation, community service, a reluctant mentorship, had become something far more valuable. Not just a romance, though that thrum of attraction and affection ran powerfully between them, but a partnership. A possibility. A story still unfolding page by page. They passed Brew & Brow's, its windows dark for the night, and the gazebo where Bryn had given her speech earlier that day. Familiar landmarks that now carried new memories, their memories woven together in ways he hadn't anticipated. "Do you want to get something to eat?" Bryn asked, breaking the comfortable silence. "Depends," he replied seriously. "Are you cooking, or am I?" Her eyes narrowed. "You've never actually seen me cook." "Exactly." Nate grinned. "I'm imagining you approaching a stove, the way you approach the scanner on your first day. With elegant precision? With abject terror poorly disguised as confidence." She laughed again, the sound melding perfectly with the quiet evening around them. "Fine. You win. But I reserve the right to critique your technique. I wouldn't expect anything less." Together they walked on, not running from the past or rushing toward the future, but simply present in this moment they'd created, a moment that felt like the beginning of a much longer story. "13. Check out and renewal." The page in Bryn's leather-bound planner looked nothing like it used to. Where there had once been perfectly aligned time slots and symmetrical margins, now there was a messy constellation of notes, arrows, and coffee stains. She'd scrawled "Call Riverdale Press" in the top corner, with 3 exclamation points that would have horrified her former self. A sketch of what looked like a tent layout for the monthly author visit series sprawled across Wednesday's box. She'd started crossing things off in different colored pens too, blue for bookstore tasks, green for personal ones. The ritual had become oddly satisfying, as if each completed item was proof she existed beyond her mistakes. The spreadsheets open on her laptop offered starker evidence of her transformation. 3 months ago, she would have been modeling acquisition strategies or quarterly projections for Wilder lifestyle products. Now she was building financial scenarios for the last chapter's summer reading program, trying to make the numbers work for an event that would likely lose money but build community goodwill. "Still doesn't make financial sense," she muttered, rubbing her tired eyes. But something had shifted in her definition of value. The bookstore's balance sheet wasn't impressive, but its impact was immeasurable in ways her old life never considered. A quiet ping from her laptop pulled her attention from the spreadsheets. A new email. Her breath caught when she saw the sender, Elaine Wilder. Subject line, "Return expected." The imperial tone was so familiar, it made her stomach clench. For a moment, Bryn hesitated, her finger hovering over the trackpad. It had been weeks since she'd heard directly from her mother, apart from that returned letter. She clicked. The email opened with a Wilder and Company letterhead, clinical and precise. No "Dear Bryn," or even "Hello." Just a sterile opening paragraph about satisfactory completion of designated period of absence from corporate responsibilities. What followed was a comprehensive rehabilitation strategy, complete with planned media appearances, a ghost-written personal essay for the Right magazine, and carefully scripted responses to anticipated questions about her time away. There was even a suggested wardrobe palette, muted tones, nothing flashy, conveying humility without appearing defeated. The compensation package made her blink. They were offering more than before, with a signing bonus that could purchase half of Evermere. They're buying my silence and compliance, she thought, scrolling through the meticulously bulleted document. I'm just another PR problem to solve. She read it twice, waiting for the surge of relief or vindication she would have felt months ago. Instead, she felt surprisingly hollow. The language that had once been her native tongue now read like a poorly translated text, technically correct but missing something essential. Her eyes lingered on a particular phrase: return to normalcy and former stature within the organization. Former stature. As if she were a toppled statue, waiting to be restored to its pedestal. Bryn closed the laptop without replying. She moved to the small window of her apartment and looked out at Evermere's quiet main street. The lights of Brew and Browse were still on across the way, where Terry was probably experimenting with some new coffee abomination he'd try to make her taste tomorrow. Normal had changed. Morning arrived with a clarity Bryn hadn't anticipated. She dressed purposefully, choosing a soft blue sweater she'd bought at Thistle and Thorn last week, her first local purchase that wasn't born of necessity. She'd been mortified by the price tag when she first arrived in town, not because it was expensive, but because it was so reasonable it made her usual shopping habits seem absurd. As she walked toward the last chapter, she realized something had shifted in her mental map of the town. When she'd first arrived, Evermere had been a confusing maze of unfamiliar landmarks. Now she was cutting through Porter's Alley because she knew it shaved 2 minutes off her walk, nodding to Mrs. Clausen, who was setting out fresh flowers in front of her shop, and even bending down to greet Hudson, the golden retriever who always sat outside the hardware store. "Morning, Hudson?" She scratched behind his ears, receiving a contented doggy sigh in return. Dave inside choosing between identical screwdrivers again? Hudson woofed softly, as if confirming her suspicions. By the time she reached the bookstore, Bryn was unsettled by how settled she felt. Not once had she needed to check her phone for directions. Not once had she felt like an imposter walking these streets. She pushed open the familiar door, bracing for the wave of mixed emotions that came with her final official day of community service. What she didn't expect was the cluster of people waiting inside, grinning at her like conspirators. "What's all this?" she asked, taking in the scene. Marcy holding a precariously frosted cake, Micah with his arms crossed over a stack of what looked like bookmarks, and Nate leaning against the counter with a smile that still made her heart skip. "Your parole celebration," Micah announced, holding up one of the cards. "We figured you'd want proof you survived your sentence." Bryn stepped closer and realized they were staff recommendation cards, the ones that hung beneath books on the display tables, with staff photos and personal notes about why they loved each selection. These had her name pre-printed at the top. "You made recommendation cards with my name on them?" she asked, confused. "Well, you wouldn't shut up about that Victorian mystery series," Micah shrugged. "Figured we might as well capitalize on your obsession." "What he's trying to say," Marcy cut in, "is that customers have been asking for your picks. Apparently, your taste isn't as pretentious as we initially feared." Marcy set down the cake, chocolate with uneven vanilla frosting, and produced an official-looking certificate from behind the counter. Looking closer, Bryn realized it was printed on the back of an old poetry night flyer. "We, the management of the last chapter, hereby confirm that Bryn Elizabeth Wilder has completed her community service without burning the place down or causing irreparable harm to the fiction section." Marcy read solemnly. "I did ruin that first edition Dickens," Bryn pointed out. "Water under the bridge," Nate spoke up for the first time, his voice carrying that warm timbre that had become so familiar. "We're calling it character development, for the book and for you." Marcy handed over the certificate with a flourish. "We figured since you're no longer legally obligated to tolerate us, we should at least send you off with sugar." There was something knowing in Marcy's expression that made Bryn wonder how transparent her feelings had become. The thought that she might actually be easy to read now was both terrifying and strangely freeing. "I'm touched," Bryn said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. "Especially since I know Marcy considers baking only slightly less painful than inventory." It's from Penny Whistle Bakery, Marcy admitted. I have standards but not skills. They gathered around the small break table, the cake wobbling as Nate cut imprecise slices. Bryn found herself cataloging small details she suddenly realized she'd miss. The way sunlight streamed through the windows to illuminate the dust particles dancing above the biography section. Mika's running commentary on everything from cake texture to customer fashion choices. The familiar smell of old paper and fresh coffee that now registered as comfort rather than mustiness. And Nate. The way he moved through the space, the quiet authority and care in how he handled each book. How he'd progressed from barely looking at her, to watching her with an intensity that made her feel simultaneously exposed and understood. So, any big plans for freedom? Micah asked through a mouthful of cake, snapping Bryn back to the moment. I need to use the office computer for a bit, if that's okay, she said. Some emails I've been putting off. Nate nodded, a question in his eyes that she answered with a small smile. After cake, when the others were busy with early customers, Bryn slipped into the office. She settled into the creaky chair and opened her email. Her mother's message waited at the top of her inbox, still marked unread, the subject line an imperial command, return expected. Bryn took a deep breath and began to type. Mother. Thank you for the offer to return to Wilder & Company. I've given it considerable thought, and I've decided to decline. My time in Evermere has shown me there are different ways to measure success and contribution. I've found work that challenges and fulfills me, and I'm choosing to continue that path. I'd still welcome the opportunity to repair our relationship, but not on corporate terms. With love, Bryn. She read it over once, her finger hovering over the send button for only a moment before clicking decisively. The email disappeared into the digital ether, and Bryn felt a weight lift, not dramatically but noticeably. Then she opened a new document and began drafting a proposal she'd been turning over in her mind for weeks. An anonymous small business grant program for Evermere's independent shops. She'd been surprised to discover her trust fund had remained untouched during her exile, probably an oversight in her mother's haste to remove her from public view. Now she had plans for those funds that had nothing to do with handbags or vacation homes. She was so absorbed in her work that she didn't hear the bell above the door, or the commotion outside, until a familiar authoritative voice cut through the quiet. There you are. Eloise Granger bustled into the back office without knocking, her infamous clipboard clutched to her chest. I've been looking all over. The Autumn Festival Planning Committee meets next Tuesday, and we need to coordinate the literary walking tour with the harvest display. She thrust a paper toward Bryn, a to-do list with at least 15 items, each more specific than the last. They both froze as the same realization hit them. Bryn's obligation to the town was officially complete. There was no reason for her to take that list or attend that meeting. Bryn looked at the paper, then at Eloise's suddenly uncertain expression. With a resigned smile that felt surprisingly genuine, she took the list. I'll coordinate with Terry at Brew and Browse about the refreshments, she said. His pumpkin latte was a disaster last year, according to, well, everyone. Eloise's face brightened. Excellent. I knew we could count on you. She hesitated, then added with uncharacteristic sincerity, Bookstock was a triumph, you know. The best we've had in years. After Eloise left, Bryn found herself in the romance section, automatically straightening books and creating a small display for an author who was visiting the following week. She arranged the novels in a fan pattern, placing the author's latest release in the center, surrounded by her backlist titles. Without thinking, she jotted a quick note for a staff recommendation card. If you like your romance with a side of historic intrigue and women who don't wait for rescue, you've got a knack for that. Bryn turned to find Marcy watching her, arms crossed but expression appreciative. Just trying to maximize visibility, Bryn said with a shrug. That's what I mean. Marcy moved closer, examining the display. You know, we could actually use someone to handle events and marketing permanently. The pay is terrible and the boss is grumpy, but the employee discount is decent. Bryn blinked, uncertain if Marcy was joking. "Are you offering me a job?" "More acknowledging the one you've already been doing." Marcy leaned against the shelf. "Sales are up 12% since you reorganized the front displays and started that newsletter." "I don't need charity employment," Bryn said cautiously. Marcy scoffed, the sound sharp but not unkind. "Charity would be keeping you on if you weren't useful. This is purely selfish. You're good for business, Wilder." The use of her last name, once a reminder of everything she'd lost, now sounded strangely like affection. "Let me think about it," Bryn said, though she already knew her answer. "Take your time," Marcy replied. "Just not too much. I've got payroll to figure out." As closing time approached, the store emptied of customers, leaving a peaceful quiet broken only by the occasional creak of old floorboards and the soft thud of books being reshelved. Bryn found herself in the classics section, running her fingers along the spines of books she'd once pretended to have read and now genuinely wanted to explore. "Looking for something specific?" Nate's voice came from behind her. She turned to find him watching her with that steady gaze that had become both familiar and thrilling. "Just saying goodbye to my sentence," she answered, trying for lightness but hearing the uncertainty in her own voice. He stepped closer, hands in his pockets. "So," he asked, "what happens tomorrow when you're not legally required to be here?" The question hung between them, weighted with everything neither had directly said about their relationship. About how they'd moved from adversaries to reluctant colleagues, to something much more complicated. About the way he'd held her during the storm, like she was something precious rather than broken. About how they'd been tiptoeing around definitions since Bookstock, stealing kisses between closing tasks, and exchanging looks that promise more but never quite demanding it. Instead of answering with words, Bryn reached up and kissed him softly. His hands came up to frame her face, the calluses on his fingers a gentle rasp against her skin. He tasted like coffee and possibility, and Bryn felt herself melting into the moment, into the certainty that had been building inside her for weeks. When they parted, his eyes held a question. "I'm staying," she said simply. "If you'll have me." Nate reached behind the counter and produced a clipboard, the same one she'd been handed on her first day, with its chipped edges and battered surface. But instead of Community Service Log Day 1, the paper now read Employee Log Day 1. Below the header he'd written in his neat, precise handwriting, "Characters continued their story beyond the last chapter." Bryn traced the words with her finger, an unexpected lump forming in her throat. "I'd planned a much more eloquent speech," she admitted. "About finding purpose and belonging." "Save it for your romance novel," Nate suggested, the corner of his mouth quirking up. "Is that what we're writing here?" She gestured between them. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But I'd like to find out." Page by page. Bryn took the clipboard, feeling the weight of it, so different now than when it had represented her punishment. Now it felt like the first page of something she was choosing freely. "Well," she said, the smile spreading across her face feeling more genuine than any she'd worn in years, "I guess this is where the real story begins." For the first time since she'd arrived in Evermere, Bryn felt like she was exactly where she belonged, not because anyone had sent her there, but because she had chosen it herself. Epilogue bookmarked. Bryn weaved through the crowded bookstore, clipboard in hand, mentally checking off another successful display setup. The Staff Picks Gone Wrong anniversary event was her brainchild, a playful celebration marking 1 year since she'd stumbled into the last chapter on court-mandated community service. Now, customers packed the aisles, laughing over deliberately terrible book recommendations and sipping the actually decent coffee she'd insisted on upgrading. With Bookstock behind them and summer approaching, the store had settled into a pleasant rhythm. "Ms. Wilder." Mrs. Patterson waved from near the register. "I found that cookbook you set aside for me. The one with all the terrible 1950s aspic recipes? Perfect for your dinner party disaster theme," Bryn called back with a wink. She'd learned every regular customer's reading quirks over the past year, a skill that would have shocked her former self. Mika's voice rose dramatically from the center of the store, And then the vampire said, "I don't drink wine," but plot twist. He actually was just a pretentious sommelier all along. A crowd of teenagers howled with laughter as he slammed the book shut with theatrical flair. Bryn made a note on her clipboard, "Give Mike a bigger platform for summer festival, crowd favorite." The teen caught her eye across the room and gave her a subtle thumbs up that made her smile. A year ago, he'd been the first person in Evermere to see beyond her designer clothes and defensive sarcasm. She paused near the front window to adjust a display of romance novels that will make you swear off love forever, and caught sight of her reflection in the glass. The woman staring back barely resembled the one who'd arrived in Evermere a year ago. Her hair was shorter now, falling in casual waves rather than the severe blowout she'd once maintained. Her silk blouse was designer, some habits dyed hard, but paired with worn jeans that had actual dirt stains from helping Nate unload a shipment earlier. Most startling was her expression, relaxed, confident, present. "So this is what it looks like to fit in your own skin," she thought, allowing herself a private smile. The bell above the door jangled, and Eloise Granger bustled in with her own clipboard, reading glasses perched precisely on the end of her nose. "Bryn, darling," she trilled, making a beeline through the crowd. "I have the most wonderful updates for the summer festival. The town council has approved our book-themed float, and the budget is nearly double what we anticipated." "Let me guess, you terrorized them into submission?" Bryn asked dryly. "I prefer persuaded with enthusiastic persistence," Eloise sniffed, but her eyes twinkled. "Now, I've sketched preliminary designs, and I'm thinking we transform the flatbed into a giant open book with living characters emerging from the pages." Bryn considered this, while guiding Eloise toward a quieter corner. "What about a more interactive approach? Instead of static characters, what if we create reading nooks on the float where people can actually sit and read during the parade? We could do reading through the decades with furniture and costumes from different eras." Eloise pursed her lips, considering. That seems awfully complicated, and the visual impact might be," she paused, already mentally reworking her vision. "Actually, we could incorporate lighting elements to create spotlights on each era, and perhaps recorded narration." Bryn bit back a smile. This was their dance now. Eloise would propose something elaborate, Bryn would suggest a practical twist that centered the books themselves, and Eloise would pretend to resist before ultimately adopting the idea as if it had been hers all along. "I suppose your suggestion has merit," Eloise finally conceded, making notes. "And it would allow for more community participation, which the council is particularly keen on this year." "Happy to help," Bryn said, checking her own list. "Oh, and I've already ordered those battery-operated string lights you mentioned for the evening portion." Eloise looked up, genuinely pleased. "Proactive as always, dear. You've become quite indispensable to this town, haven't you?" The casual observation caught Bryn off guard, a warm flush spreading across her cheeks. Indispensable. When was the last time she'd felt truly necessary, rather than merely decorative or convenient? "Just doing my job," she deflected, but Eloise's knowing look said she wasn't fooled. After ensuring Eloise had everything she needed, Bryn made her way to the worst romance picks table, the centerpiece of today's event. She straightened the stack of annotated paperbacks, special editions of the romance novel she and Nate had inadvertently shared notes in during those first tense weeks. Their margin war had become a store tradition, with blank-paged copies available for customers to add their own commentary. Bryn picked up the display copy, flipping to her favorite page where her neat handwriting argued with Nate's blockier script about whether the protagonist's grand gesture was romantic or just plain stalking. His response, "Only stalking if unwanted. Context matters. Also, you have control issues," had infuriated her at the time. Now she ran her finger over the faded pencil marks, a tangible record of how they'd begun to truly see each other through disagreement. "We've sold 15 of those already," Marcy announced, appearing beside her. "People love reading your arguing, almost more than the actual book." "Voyeurs," Bryn replied with a small smile. "How's the new system working?" Marcy tilted her head toward the register, where a sleek tablet had replaced their ancient cash register. Revolutionary. We're processing customers in half the time, and the inventory syncs automatically. And the staff is adapting well? Mika's already figured out how to make it play death metal when we scan certain titles, Marcy said dryly. So yes, I'd say adaptation isn't our problem. Bryn laughed and made another note on her clipboard. The upgraded system had been her project for months, researching options that wouldn't break their modest budget, but would drag the last chapter into at least the current decade. She'd leveraged contacts from her former life to negotiate pricing that Marcy still didn't know the full details of. The bookstore hummed with life around her. Near the children's section, Micah was now dramatically reading terrible passages from classic literature to an enraptured audience. By the cafe area, regulars argued good-naturedly over book recommendations. Near the register, customers lined up with purchases, no longer an anomaly, but a consistent reality for the once struggling store. "Excuse me, dear." An older woman with silver-framed glasses touched Bryn's elbow. "I'm not sure if you remember me." Bryn's face brightened with recognition. "Mrs. Whitfield. Of course I remember. How is your granddaughter enjoying college?" The woman beamed. "That's actually why I wanted to find you. That book you helped me pick out last year, the one about the girl who goes to art school against her parents' wishes? My Emily has read it 3 times now. Says it gave her courage to switch her major to what she truly wanted." "I'm so glad to hear that," Bryn said sincerely. "You've got a real gift for this, dear," Mrs. Whitfield continued. "Knowing just what story a person needs." The simple compliment landed with surprising weight. In her previous life, Bryn had received awards, had her picture in industry magazines, been praised at galas and boardroom meetings. None of it had felt as genuine or satisfying as Mrs. Whitfield's words. "I think the books do most of the work," Bryn deflected, but she was smiling. "We just help them find the right readers." After Mrs. Whitfield moved on, Bryn felt the vibration of her phone in her pocket. She checked it quickly. A text from her mother about the latest Wilder & Company quarterly numbers, and a cryptic message about exciting new directions the board was considering. A year ago, such a message would have sent Bryn into a tailspin of anxiety and FOMO. Now she felt only mild curiosity, like hearing news about a distant acquaintance. She tucked the phone away, making a mental note to respond later when she had time to think about it properly. "Your mother?" Nate's voice came from behind her, warm and knowing. "How did you guess?" Bryn turned to find him holding out a steaming mug of coffee, black, no sugar, exactly as she now preferred it after months of Nate insisting she try coffee that wasn't dessert with caffeine. "You get a particular look," he explained, their fingers brushing as she accepted the mug. "Kind of like you're trying to decide whether to be polite at a dinner party or make a run for it." Accurate assessment. She took a grateful sip, the rich flavor a world away from the burnt office sludge she'd once claimed to prefer. "She's hinting about board decisions again." "And you're not immediately calling her back?" "Growth." His eyes crinkled with the teasing affection that made her stomach flip even after months together. He nodded at her clipboard. "How's the clipboard of mild suggestion treating you?" Bryn glanced down at what had once been Eloise's clipboard of doom, now repurposed for her own use. "Much more effective than empty threats. Eloise has already agreed to 3 of my festival ideas, while believing they were hers." "The student becomes the master," Nate murmured, stepping closer so their shoulders touched. Even in the busy store, these small moments of connection grounded her. The slight pressure of his arm against hers, the familiar scent of his sandalwood soap, the way he seemed to instinctively know when she needed a moment of quiet amid the chaos. "Marcy's gathering everyone for the announcement," he said, nodding toward the back office where Marcy was waving people over. "Ready to make it official?" A flutter of nervous excitement rose in Bryn's chest. "As ready as I'll ever be." He squeezed her hand once, a gesture so subtle most wouldn't notice, but which conveyed a world of reassurance. "You've earned this, Bryn. Every bit of it." Together they made their way toward the register area where a small crowd was forming, staff members, regular customers, even Eloise with her clipboard poised to document whatever was happening for the town newsletter. Marcy climbed onto a step stool, clapping her hands for attention. All right, everyone. First, thank you all for coming to our anniversary event. As some of you who've been around a while know, the last chapter was on shaky ground this time last year. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Bryn caught Mika's eye, and he gave her a subtle thumbs up. We've made some changes since then, Marcy continued. New inventory systems, community events, upgraded coffee that doesn't taste like liquid disappointment. A laugh went through the crowd. And our monthly newsletter that somehow has a readership beyond the immediate family members we guilt into subscribing. Bryn felt a warm flush of pride. The newsletter had been her idea, a simple weekly compilation of staff picks, upcoming events, and literary trivia that had somehow gained a following beyond Evermere. All of this has translated to a 40% increase in sales over the past year, Marcy announced, prompting appreciative murmurs. Which means we're making some structural changes to reflect our growth. Bryn felt Nate's hand press gently against her lower back, a silent "you've got this." As many of you know, the last chapter has historically been my burden, I mean business, Marcy continued, drawing more laughter. With Nate handling most of the day-to-day operations. But we've recently come to the conclusion that we need to formalize our management structure as we expand. She gestured for Bryn to step forward. Which is why I'm pleased to announce that Bryn Wilder is officially joining Nate and myself as co-manager, with particular responsibility for events, community outreach, and making sure we don't accidentally order 2,000 copies of celebrity cookbooks again. The store erupted in genuine applause. Bryn felt her cheeks grow warm, still unaccustomed to this kind of recognition, not for her name or connections, but for work she'd poured herself into, for skills she'd developed and contributions that had genuinely made a difference. Speech, someone called, and several others took up the cry. Bryn shook her head, but Nate gently nudged her forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped up beside Marcy. She began, then paused to collect herself. When I first came to the last chapter, it wasn't exactly by choice. This drew knowing chuckles from those familiar with her story. And I was possibly the worst bookseller in the history of retail. The barcode scanner incident? Micah called out, prompting more laughter. Thank you for that reminder, Micah, Bryn said dryly. But somehow, despite my complete incompetence and terrible attitude, this place, and all of you, gave me the chance to discover who I could be beyond my name and my mistakes. She swallowed against an unexpected tightness in her throat. I'm grateful for that chance. And I promise to help the last chapter continue to be a place where stories matter, and where people can discover new chapters of their own lives. The applause that followed was warm and genuine, and as Bryn stepped back into the crowd, she found herself surrounded by people offering congratulations and sharing stories of how she'd helped them find just the right book or made them feel welcome. Eventually, she caught Nate's eye across the room, and he tilted his head slightly toward the door, their signal for needing a moment of quiet. Nodding, she made her excuses and slipped outside, where he was already waiting on the sidewalk. The late afternoon sun cast a golden glow over Evermere's main street. From this spot she could see the gazebo where they'd sheltered during the bookstock storm, the coffee shop where she'd first begun to make local friends, and the town square where she'd finally told her truth publicly. So, Nate said softly, co-manager Wilder. How does it feel? Bryn considered this, as she reached down to adjust her right shoe, the repaired stiletto she'd kept as a reminder of her first devastating day in town. The heel sank slightly into the soft ground beside the pavement, but unlike a year ago, she didn't wobble or panic. Instead, she laughed and leaned comfortably into Nate's side. Not bad for what was supposed to be a temporary punishment, she said, looking up at the last chapter's sign, the gold lettering catching the afternoon light. Nate's arm slipped around her waist, warm and secure. I'd say it's a pretty good first chapter. Bryn rested her head against his shoulder, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing against her side. In that moment, with absolute certainty, she knew she was exactly where she chose to be.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.